Yo, 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 what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking. All right, so shouts out to everybody that comes into the room. You guys already know what to do. Make sure you guys smash that like button. Also, make sure that you hit the bell. And thank you, everybody, for making the last stream that I did a 100 like stream. And also, you know what I'm saying, a $150 super chat stream. Like, that was awesome. You know what I'm saying? Like, definitely appreciate each and every one of you guys. But shout out to my man, Keith Weston, and shout out to my man, Tony D, for helping out with that, you know what I'm saying? And also shout out to my man Jay Fields as well, you know what I'm saying? Because although you guys didn't see it, my man hooked your boy up on the Cash App as well. So definitely appreciate each and every one of you, as well as all of the members of the green team. The members, you guys are awesome. Definitely appreciate it. We got some streams to do today, and I'm going to try to get all of these streams in. I don't know what times I'm going to be able to get them in, but I'm going to try to get them in. So what I wanted to talk about in this stream is that guy who ended up getting the concussion. All right. And that's a serious thing, because if you ask me, the reason why he got the concussion is because of the NFL's concussion policies. And I don't know if anybody is aware of this, but the NFL has had some huge issues and scrutiny with the concussion policies. Now, in order for me to make my case on that, we're going to have to go in a roundabout way, because when it comes to dealing with anything like this, we got to go all the way back to history. All right. So I did a video on this before. I don't know if anybody saw it, but the NFL and the companies that make the payouts, shout out to my man DJ Elmo. And DJ Elmo, I saw your comment on the community post. If I can get this stream done in an adequate amount of time, I'm gonna do that All Money Ain't Good Money Global about the British pound, hopefully immediately after this, if I can get this done fast enough. All right. So I do still plan on getting it done, because there's two more All Money Ain't Good Money Globals that I want to do. There's one about the Filipino peso, and there's another one about the Russian economy. So I'm gonna try to get all that stuff done. There's a lot of videos that I be trying to do that I just don't get a chance to do, because it's only 24 hours in the day, and by the time I get to it, it's already old news, which is annoying. You know what I'm saying? Because I really be wanting to like show this stuff to you guys, because it's important. Because that's the stuff that falls through the cracks that causes huge issues later. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I'm gonna most definitely get to that for you guys. All right. So what we're gonna talk about is when it comes to the rules. All right. When it comes to racism, one thing that you have to understand is that the baseline understanding of scientific racism is basically a pseudoscience practice that white people have created to attempt to validate and credentialize their natural instinct of tribalism and racism that they harbor. Okay. They've come up with scientific formulas and pseudoscience in order to substantiate their raw inherent instincts that they cannot control on their own. So they try to, quote, normalize it. Okay. So now, one thing that you have to understand is that this is something that's utilized by both Democrats as well as Republicans. Democrats use it when it comes to affirmative action. Republicans use it when it comes to their blatant racism. Okay. But what it is it's a expression with the same underlying attitudes, just expressed in two different ways. So now what you will find is you will see a lot of outraged white people talking about how the NFL is woke. But how is the NFL woke when it gauges injuries based on medical pseudoscience that is a alleged scientific justification for racism? How does that work? And what we'll be doing is we'll be proving that. All right, there's going to be a lot of red faces when they see this video. They're going to thumbs down the video. And guess what? As long as it's 10, 15, 20 palm colored thumbs down, I don't give a fuck. Okay? I don't give a fuck because I'm tired of these people sitting here trying to act like it's everybody else that does this racism and they're not the creators of it and they have no reason to take any responsibility for it. They need to take all the responsibility for it, as well as be brought up on treason charges, as well as brought up on criminal charges like the Nuremberg trial as a collective, as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to dealing with any of this. So, what we're going to do is first, we're going to look at this. One of the reasons why I have an issue with Red Pill is because Red Pill is based out of scientific racism when it comes to the dating, when it comes to politics, when it comes to all of it. I don't know. DJ Elmo was probably the only one that was around back then when I made that series of videos. And I didn't know, but on the business channel, Jason Black was actually talking about that kind of stuff around the same time. So shout out to Jason Black because he has a way larger subscriber base than me, and he was bringing this stuff to the forefront as well. This is before I was really exploring around on YouTube, and I didn't know that anybody else was even looking at that stuff. So, I don't want to try to like take credit for, being the first person to talk about that kind of stuff when I don't know the time frame of other people talking about it. You know what I'm saying? I want to try to give everybody credit. So that's good that he was talking about that. There, when it comes to black pill and red pill, there's a lot of scientific racism. All right. Kevin Samuels also incorporated scientific racism. There was an essay by a man named or by an entity named Satoshi that Kevin Samuels quoted when he talked about facial symmetry in regards to black women. Okay. All of these things go back into scientific racism. You'll hear white supremacists like Jared Taylor and white supremacists like Richard Spencer talk about, quote, race realism. That's something that Stephen Molyneux talks about. And the race realism, quote, is anything negative that they can attribute to black people finding a scientific reason to justify it, as well as to justify sentiments. This is the baseline thought process of 99.9% of white people that you come into contact with. All right. Not only do they have the inherent issues as far as the raw untamed instincts that they're not able to deal with, called racism, but this is a filter over it to make it look as if it's some kind of scientific. Okay. It's a veil over it to make it look like it's some kind of scientific process, and it's not. So we're gonna check this out. And I don't know, probably most people are familiar with the book called The Bell Curve. The Bell Curve, well, which, if I'm not mistaken, is a product of some of the people from the Manhattan Institute that you always hear Professor Black Truth talking about. That's something that goes along those lines as well. All right. So when you're dealing with Ron DeSantis, which, if you guys know, Ron DeSantis just got put under scrutiny for hiring a KKK member as part of his, people close to him in the government. This is what these people do. That is what white people call a good American. Okay. So just understand, this is one of the reasons why you have to understand these dog whistles, and you have to go deep into this stuff to get a good and full understanding of it. Okay. So now, scientific racism. All right. And real quick, for all the people that are in here, my question is, are you all familiar with the NFL's race norming issues? If you guys are familiar with the NFL's race norming issues, give me a thumbs up. If you're not familiar with the NFL race norming issues, give me a thumbs down. Okay. And do you know what race norming is? All right. Let me know in the comment section. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys have not smashed that like button, make sure you smash that like button. Also, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. All right. Shout out to my man Jay, the informant. He says it's too early for questions. It's never too early for questions. And it definitely is never too early for answers. What's up with it, bro? Scientific racism, sometimes termed biological racism, is the pseudo-scientific belief that empirical evidence exists to support or justify racism, racial discrimination. All right. So again, that is what white people believe. This is their creation. Okay. Racial inferiority and racial superiority. Historically, scientific racism received credence throughout the scientific community, but is no longer considered scientific. And I tend to disagree because it is considered scientific because the NFL still uses these practices today, which is one of the reasons why this young man is dealing with what he's dealing with right now. It's a result of racism from the woke NFL. Okay. Dividing humankind into biologically distinct groups is sometimes called racialism, race realism, or race science by its proponents. Modern scientific consensus rejects this view, being irreconcilable with modern genetic research. Now, what you have to realize is race realism and race science, that is part of the Republican platform. People like Trump, people like Cruz, people like DeSantis, people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, anybody who's on the right for the most part, this is part of their belief system. This is what they believe. Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, all of these guys. None of these people are cool. None of these people deserve any kind of validation by non-white people because they believe that you're inferior based on race science. They don't call it race science, they call it race realism in an attempt to try to validate it. This is what a lot of medical malpractice has resulted from. Shout out to my man Cameron Jones talking about black people don't feel pain. Exactly. Charles Darwin was somebody who believed in this. He wrote a book called The Downfall of Man, where he talks about this kind of thing. So this is something that's prevalent throughout Europe, just like monkeypox and syphilis. Okay. So now here it says scientific racism misapplies, misconstrues, or distorts anthropology, notably physical anthropology, anthropometry, craniometry, evolutionary biology, and other disciplines or pseudo disciplines in proposing anthropological typologies supporting the classification of human populations into these physically discrete human races, some of which might be asserted to be superior and inferior to others. Now, this is the reason why the white media attempts to make such a concentration on black criminology. This is why the white media ignores white on white crime. This is why the white media ignores white sexual violence. And this is the reason why the white media ignores white family deletion and only concentrates on black criminality. It's an attempt to substantiate race science. Okay. When I tell you that they play by the same playbook, there is actually indeed several playbooks. You can buy them on Amazon. Okay. Scientific racism was common during the period from the 1600s to the end of World War II. So now here's my question. Where's our reparations for scientific racism? Shout out to Carla Lockhart. What up with it, Carla? Anytime black people talk about reparations, the first thing that coons like Jason Shitlock and Officer Tatum and white bots say is they bring up slavery. Okay. Well, my question is where's the reparations for scientific racism that still prevails today and still causes issues like what we see with this young man from the Dolphins? Oh, and we'll definitely show by the end of this stream how this is related. Okay. Since the second half of the 20th century, scientific racism has been criticized as obsolete and discredited, yet has persistently been used to support or validate racist worldviews based on the belief and existence of significance of racial categories in a hierarchy of superior and inferior races. Does that sound familiar? You guys remember when Trump was in Minnesota and he said the people in Minnesota have quote unquote the good genes? What that means is white. That's what that means, which I find fascinating because nobody has ever taken genes from white people and applied them across the entire human race. But they definitely did that with a foundational black American named Henrietta Lacks. And that's something that nobody can debunk. So now here, after the end of World War II, scientific racism in theory and action was formally denounced, especially in the UNESCO's early anti-racist statement, the race question. The biological fact of race and the myth of race should be distinguished. I disagree. Because when you actually get down to the science, you will see where the racial differences and racial issues happen. And it's not with us. For all practical social purposes, race is not so much a biological phenomenon as a social myth. I disagree again, 100%. The myth of race has created an enormous amount of human and societal damage. Actually, it hasn't. White people's misconstruing of it has done that, not the concept itself. Not the concept itself. And this is one of the reasons why they want to go full circle and go back on this, because when you happen to do DNA samples and you find out that certain people have, prehistoric DNA and other people have a normalized kind of DNA, and then when you look at the Rh positive antigens in blood, then you have to start actually asking these questions. And then the questions become uncomfortable because those questions tend to ask questions about one particular race. So now when the science becomes more advanced and we start doing advanced DNA testing and genetics, and we start to see all of these anomalies occur in one particular race that has spreaded propaganda across the entire world claiming that they're better than other races. Now it's all now we're all in this together as humans. We're all human. We're humankind. We're all together as humans. Everybody's the same. No, we're not. And I don't believe in the out of Africa theory when it comes to people who aren't African either. I think I've said that before. We, people who are African descendants, like foundational Black Americans and other people in the diaspora, African derivative people, as well as Native Africans, we came from Africa. We did. Nobody else did. Africa's not everybody's laid a claim. So I disagree with the out of Africa theory. In recent years, it has taken a heavy toll in human lives and caused a lot of untold suffering. Well, if that's the case, sounds to me like there's a case for reparations there. If you guys believe that white race science has caused a separate case for reparations, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to my man Solo T40. What up with it, bro? Since that time, developments in human evolutionary genetics, physical anthropology have led to a new consensus among anthropologists that human race is a socio-political phenomenon rather than a biological one. Yeah, because they found all of the anomalies with white people. So now it's like, oh, wait a minute, now we have to go, we have to go full circle on this. We're all one. No, we're not all one. Go check some Neanderthal DNA in a sub-Saharan African and then compare it with Asians and Europeans. We're not all one. We all didn't come from Africa. We did. I don't know where everybody else came from. The term scientific racism is generally used pejoratively when applied to more modern theories, such as those in the quote bell curve, which came out in 1994. Critics argue that such works postulate racist conclusions, such as genetic connection between race and intelligence, that are unsupported by available evidence. Publications such as Mankind Quarterly, founded explicitly as a race-conscious journal, are generally regarded as platforms of scientific racism because they publish fringe interpretations of human evolution, intelligence, ethnography, language, mythology, archaeology, and race. Now, my thing is, when it comes to this, shout out to my man DeAndre. What up with it, bro? My thing is, when it comes to this, there's a reason why they're going back on it. So now there's a lot of information about this again because this goes hand in hand with European culture. Most massacres, even European massacres of other Europeans, happened as a result of European belief in race science. If you guys look at the old pictures of the Irish, which the Irish don't talk about, the British used to draw the Irish looking like apes and cavemen. So when there's nobody else around, they start doing this to each other. And I agree, Cameron. Europe is a pseudo continent. There is no such thing as a continent of Europe. Europe is West Asia. I agree 110%. I've actually talked about that. And just like how foundational Black Americans, in my opinion, are a quote African derivative race, where we're a result of African cultural things that happen to people in Africa, like the transatlantic slave trade. I believe that white people are a Asian derivative race, and they derive from Asian people, and they occurred as a result of things that went on with Asian people. Because the Caucasus Mountains is in Russia, and despite the fact that Putin is the president, Russia is an Asian country. Again, undeniable fact. So now what we're going to do here is we're going to look at justification right here, ideological applications of race science in the United States. The United States scientific racism justified Black American slavery. So there you go. First sentence. First sentence, ladies and gentlemen. In the United States, scientific racism justified Black American slavery to assuage moral opposition to the Atlantic slave trade. Alexander Thomas and Samuel Sillin described Black men as uniquely fitted for bondage because of their primitive psychological organization. And remember, conservatives still think this today. This is the guiding light behind MAGA, Make America White Again. And this is also the guiding light behind the Democrats. They think that Black people are too dumb to do anything, so they use this as a platform for things like affirmative action. That's why when you hear white people repeatedly call Black people dumb, it's a racist dog whistle. Anytime you hear a racist white person say something like they should have chose the guy who was, quote, more qualified for the job, they're saying that just by you being Black, you're not qualified for anything except for being a slave. I want to make sure that everybody understands this. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. And they continue with this, which is one of the reasons why you see so many Black athletes. Okay. In antebellum Louisiana, the physician Samuel A. Cartwright, who was alive from 1793 to 1893, wrote of slave escape attempts as drapetomania, a treatable mental illness that, with proper medical advice, strictly followed this troublesome practice that many Negroes have of running away that can almost be entirely prevented. Okay. So now what white people thought was that if Black people did not want to be slaves, that there was a mental illness, which is what you see going on today. White people think that if there's Black people that say, hey, listen, you're a racist, it's a mental illness, when actually racism is the mental illness and the subhuman process. So this is the thing. And right here, these are the words of a white man. Okay. White people will come in here and get offended. Not my problem. If you're really offended, then show that you've evolved and work to try to get rid of some of this. So now here it says the term drapetomania, mania of the runaway slave, derives from the Greek and okay, well, hold on. The term drapetomania, the mania of the runaway slave, derives from the Greek term draptus, which is a runaway slave, and mania, meaning madness or frenzy. Cartwright also described drapetomania anesthesia, called rascality by overseers. The 1840 United States Census claimed that Northern free Blacks suffered mental illness at higher rates than did their Southern enslaved counterparts. Though the census was later found to have been severely flawed by the American Statistical Association, it became a political weapon against abolitionists. Southern slavers concluded that escaping Negroes were suffering from mental disorders, and that's one of the reasons why they captured people from the North and then brought them back. Shout out to my man DeAndre Ross. My man DeAndre says, love these insomniac streams. I'm up out of my sleep and I can't sleep now. You know what I'm saying? So now this is the prevailing attitude of white people. White people think that if you identify racism, something's wrong with you. And the reason why they think something's wrong with you is because they think that they're perfect. And if they believe that they're perfect, you seeing a flaw in them is a hallucination on your part. This is how sick and twisted this shit is. So this again is one of the reasons why it is it is a primary focus. It is a primary focus of the white media to always show black dysfunction. They have to do that. So now remember what I said about the politics in the other stream, that the United States is moving more towards a racist, anti-black normalization, which I found fascinating because Phil Scott did a stream about black people being politically finished in the prophecies of Dr. Claude Anderson. And Dr. Claude Anderson had actually said that that's something that we'll see as well, is an increasing anti-black sentiment in the United States. And that's what's going on. So what you have to understand is that most white people that you come in contact with believe this. They believe this as fact. They believe this like the Bible. Two things that aren't facts, they believe like facts. Okay. So now here it says at the time of the American Civil War, which was from 1861 to 1865, the matter of miscongeniation prompted studies of obstinable physiological differences between Caucasians and Negroes. Early anthropologists such as Josiah Clark Knott, George Robbins, Glydian, Robert Knox, Samuel George Morton aimed scientifically to prove that Negroes were a human species different from white people, that the rulers of ancient Egypt were not African, and that mixed race offspring, the product of miscongeniation, tended to physical weakness and infertility, which the only people that have infertility is you know who. The ones trying to prove that everybody else has a problem. They're the ones that can't reproduce. So again, when it comes to racism, all racism is projection and internalized self-hate and a pseudoscience metaverse created by white people in order to see other people having the inherent and internal flaws that in many cases they exhibit. But the problem is that many black people don't understand science and don't understand these things to the capacity to be able to articulate this stuff. And in my opinion, it's inherent. It's important. That's one of the reasons why I'm an intelligence advocate, and it's one of the reasons why I believe that more black people should get into STEM and science-based research, biological, physiological sciences. Because if not, you will continue to have these people not only write history, but writing science as well. And as you can see, as a result, when they write science, black people get hurt. So now it says after the Civil War, Southern Confederacy physicians wrote textbooks of scientific racism based upon studies claiming that black freemen, which is us, black freemen is us. Freemen is another thing that they call those of us who would be considered foundational black Americans, American descendants of slavery. Freemen is us. They're not talking about African people. They're talking about us. I want to make that clear. That is what black freeman is. Go listen to what Marcel Dixon is always talking about freemen. Now here it says black freemen were becoming extinct because they weren't adequate demands of being a freeman, implying that black people benefited from enslavement, and white people still believe that to this day. That's what they look at social safety nets like welfare as an extension of that. And now this is their family tree. This is their lineage. You know what I'm saying? This is their contribution to the world. So they need to be held accountable for this. Yeah, Marcel will be talking about Freeman all the time. But when he's talking about Freeman, that's what he's talking about. You know what I'm saying? In Medical Apartheid, shout out to my man DJ Elmo, who always mentions this book, Medical Apartheid. Harriet A. Washington noted the prevalence of two different views on blacks in the 19th century that are still around today. The belief that they were inferior and riddled with imperfections from head to toe, which is fascinating because that's because that is actually what being wrapped in melanin deficient skin is. That is literally what that is. It's an imperfection. But okay. And the idea that they did not know true pain, shout out to Cameron because he just mentioned that, because of their primitive nervous systems, and that slavery was therefore justifiable. Washington noted the failure of scientists to accept the inconsistency between these two viewpoints. In the 18th and 19th century, scientific racism was simply science. Just like how everything they talk about today is just simply it is. It's just everything in the world is just I'm white and I say so until it's not. Everything in the world is just, I'm white and I say so until it's not. And was promulgated by the very best minds and most prestigious institutions of the nation. Shout out to Harvard. I still haven't got a chance to do my stream about Harvard. Other more logical medical theories stressed the equality of Africans and laid poor black health at the feet of their abusers, but these never enjoyed the appeals of the medical philosophy that justifies slavery, along with it, our nation's profitable way of life. Our nation's profitable way of life, because the United States Corporation of America is a business, and it's in the business of capitalism based on anti-black racism. Now, see, the things that I say as far as Black Light Revelations go may sound different, but the one thing that people can't do is they can't debunk anything that I say. And when I say that the United States is a business, it is. It's a corporation. That's why all of the cities, towns, townships, commonwealths, different things like that, they all have a corporation limit because they're incorporated, because they're a business, and they're a business based in maintaining a bottom class. And as long as you have a bottom class that can never have any money and feed all of the money that it gets into the top classes, you have a capitalist structure. And that's a fact, DeAndre. Everything or everybody can be bought in the system of white supremacy. Currency is one of the reasons why I encourage people to use cryptocurrency, not because it's a scam, because it's a decentralized form that allows you to remove yourself widely and for the most part from the financial system. And I've never changed my stance on cryptocurrency ever. Anybody that knows me, that's been known me for a long time, will tell you I've always been an advocate of cryptocurrency. And I don't care who beats their chest and calls it a scam. It's not. I'll tell you what the real scam is. The real scam is the fiat currency system that we use now, tied together by the yellow fringes on each flag. That's the scam. Anybody that tries to tell you that cryptocurrency is a scam, you got to question their motives, because why would you continue to use this kind of currency when this kind of currency is based in maritime admiralty law, the same kind of law that allowed you to be shipped all over the world? Black people used to be a unit of fiat currency. People would look at people's social status and class status based on how many slaves they had, because slaves were assets. So anybody that tries to say that cryptocurrency is a scam and encourage you to use American dollars, which American dollars had you classified as a commodity like gold or bread, look at them sideways. And like I said, I don't care who says that. I stand behind that. Even after the end of the Civil War, some scientists continue to justify the institution of slavery by citing the effect of topography and climate change on racial development, which again is not true. Not being in the sun does not cause a genetic change that doesn't have you to produce melanin. Melanin is not produced by exposure to the sun. Melanin is produced by certain codons in your DNA. If you don't have the necessary DNA and the necessary codons to encode proteins to create melanin, That is not a result of any kind of climate issue. That's a result of a genetic issue. So now here, Nathaniel Shaler, a prominent geologist at Harvard University from 1869 to 1906, published the book Man and Earth in 1905, describing the physical geography of different continents and linking these geologic settings to the intelligence and strength of human races that inhabited these spaces. Shaler argued that the North American climate and geology was ideally suited for the institution of slavery. Make it make sense. Lloyd's of London, facts. A historic insurance company that insured black people as property. And Lloyd's of London is still alive, is still around today. If you talk about corporations, it's logical to say that they're alive today. Just so everybody knows, if I talk about a corporation and I say that corporation is still alive today, corporations are artificial people. Those are the first artificial people before we even talk about artificial intelligence. They have the same rights and privileges as an actual human being. I don't know if people know that. That's one of the reasons why they're called corporations. They're an artificial person. They're an avatar. So if I say a corporation is still alive today, I mean that. That's what, if you pay very close attention, financial terminology is rooted in words like amortization, an amortized loan, or an amortized mortgage, mortgage, mortal, corporation, corpse, corpus, body. There's a reason why these words all had these terms. The financial system is a derivative of the slave trade. Again, it goes deep. And it doesn't matter if some Star Wars watching Chad wants to get offended. Before you get offended, pick up a book. Read it all night and day. And use your nose as a bookmark, because I'm sure it'll probably fit. So now here it says scientific racism played a role in establishing apartheid South Africa, because racism never affected anybody that's alive today. Clearly. Right? Right? Racism never affected anybody alive today. This is all pseudoscience. I'm making this all up. Everything that I'm saying right now is made up. None of this is real. Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys have not smashed that like button, please make sure that you guys smash the like button. Also, if you have not subscribed to the channel, make sure that you hit the bell icon twice. Right? In South Africa, white scientists like Dudley Kidd, who published The Essential Kafar in 1904, sought to, quote, understand the African mind. They believed that cultural differences between whites and blacks in South Africa might be caused by physiological differences in the brain. Yeah, something was wrong with theirs. Rather than suggesting that Africans were overgrown children, hence the term, quote unquote, white mommy, white daddy. As early white explorers had, Kidd believed Africans were, quote, misgrown with a vengeance. He described Africans once as hopelessly defiant, yet very shrewd. And again, this is what white people think of us today. This is one of the reasons why the white media apparatus, one of their goals and mission statements is to continuously, like an annuity, continue to pump out propaganda that seeks to have the entire world view us in this way. Okay. And every single white person knows this. Every single white family, every single white kid. It's one of the reasons why they keep trying to push this thing about the little white kids can't be racist. Where do you think they learn this stuff at? They don't learn it from anybody other than their parents. And their parents learned it from their grandparents. He described Africans as hopelessly defiant, yet very shrewd. The Carnegie Commission on the Poor White Problem in South Africa played a key role in establishing apartheid in South Africa. So as you can see, there was a poor white problem in South Africa prior to the apartheid. So now you got all these people on the right, like Ted Cruz, and you got Donald Trump crying about these white farmers in South Africa. There was a problem with poor white people in South Africa, which they had no business being there prior to the apartheid. White people being poor because they think that they're inherently they're inherently the inherence of the world and the world's resources, believed that they should always have the resources. So since they didn't, they had to establish some kind of pseudo-scientific justification of them confiscating resources, which they did. And they did it under the apartheid. Okay. According to one memorandum sent to Frederick Kipple, then president of the Carnegie Corporation, there was little to doubt if the natives were given full economic opportunity, the more competent among them would soon outstrip the less competent whites. Do you see that? So again, white people already understand that black empowerment is an issue. There was little doubt that if the natives were given full economic opportunity, the more competent among them would soon outstrip the less competent whites. So right there is your justification of why white people are so resistant to economic repair, aka reparations of any kind, which is one of the reasons why world domination is the only solution. Because if this was written in their ancient texts, then we already know that it's prevailing now. And everything that we do now, as far as any kind of negotiation, is just a stalling tactic. You can't negotiate with terrorists. You have to handle terrorists. So when people get out of this illusion of everybody living together and we're all together as one and we're all brothers and this all this nonsense, when people get out of that illusion and understand that world domination is the only solution, then there'll be some headway made. But as long as you think that you can sit at a table with people who are stabbing you in your back while you're seated, you're going to see the same cycle of nothing. And remember, while this same cycle of nothing is going on, white people are producing more white brains inside of black people. White people have black bots coming off of the assembly line every single day. You see them online all over the place. So I don't know what to say. But as you can see, here's one place where ideas converge. White supremacists and black empowerment scholars say the same thing. If given full economic opportunity, the more competent would outstrip the less competent whites. Which means that if we're living in a system based on unfair competition, you will never be given full economic opportunity. So that means that any idea of reparations that's not completely and 110% written by black scholars is going to be some kind of game to make sure that full economic opportunity is not given. Because they know the results of that, which means that we have to take full economic opportunity. It has to be taken. Reparations is a passive mean. So now here it says Keppel's support for The project of creating the report was motivated by his concern with the maintenance of existing racial boundaries. The preoccupation of Carnegie Corporation with the so-called poor white problem in South Africa was at least in part the outcome of similar misgivings about the state of poor whites in southern United States. Again, which is one of the reasons why I always ask, is the A in USA United States of apartheid, not America? Because if you pay very close attention to the rest of America, United States operates very different than Canada, Mexico, and South America. Shout out to my man DeAndre Ross. Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, make sure y'all show him some love so that we can keep getting this content. Hope that it helps. You already know we're going to be streaming another day. You know what I'm saying? Thanks to DeAndre Ross. So make sure y'all show some love, drop some radiation emojis. You know what I'm saying? The report was 5 volumes in length. Around the start of the 20th century, white Americans and whites elsewhere in the world felt uneasy because poverty and economic depression seemed to strike people regardless of race. They thought that economic depression and poverty were a black thing, and they're not. Economic poverty and depression are an economic thing. Okay? Though the groundwork for apartheid began earlier, the report provided support of the central idea of black inferiority. So now pay very close attention, because again, like I said, the white supremacist playbook, it never changes. All they do is just put different characters in there. And sometimes those characters can be other white people, like what Adolf Hitler did. That's what they did with the Slavic people too. If there's nobody else around, white people will focus in on differences of other white people and start doing the same thing. This is a proven fact. This happened throughout Europe. It's one of the reasons why they give this illusion of European solidarity. One of the reasons why they have an issue with Putin, because Putin is like, I don't give a fuck. What I want is what I want. I don't give a fuck about that European solidarity shit. Fuck y'all. This was used to justify racial segregation and discrimination. In the following decades, the report expressed fear about the loss of white racial pride, and in particular pointed out the danger that poor white would not be able to resist the process of Africanization. So again, literally the same playbook. This is the same thing that Peyton Gendron wrote about. Now, if you ask me, black people should be suing the United States government as well as the Dutch government, including the black people that got harmed in Buffalo, as a result of the amount of similarity between Peyton Gendron's Chad Manifesto and the text that justified slavery in the South, as well as the text that justified the apartheid. Because, I mean, what's the difference? What's the difference? There is no difference. Although scientific racism played a role in justifying and supporting institutional racism in South Africa, it was not as important in South Africa as it has been in Europe and the United States. Now, why would that be the case? Why would that be the case? This was due in part to the quote, poor white problem, which raised serious questions for supremacists about white racial superiority. Since poor whites were found in the same situations as Native Africans in the African environment, the idea that intrinsic white superiority could overcome any environment did not seem to hold. As such, scientific justifications were not useful in South Africa. Scientific justifications are not useful for anybody except white people who benefit from them. White supremacy and anti-black racism are the inputs, and white privilege is the output. You can show that in a mathematical formula. And you can go back through history to prove it. So now, for all of those people that talk about slavery, we haven't even gotten to slavery yet. This is white culture right here. I want everybody to make sure that they understand that. And the culture war that white people are fighting today is to bring this culture back. Can't wait for the Dollars on stream. That's hilarious. If I can get this done fast enough, I might be able to get that Dollars on stream done right now. So now then they go down to eugenics, and now look at this. The Early Intelligence Testing and the Immigration Act of 1924. Where's all the anti-black immigrants so they can come sit down and have a history lesson about the country that they benefit from while they come here shitting on us, talking shit? Shout out to my man AB Promotions. What up with it, bro? Before the 1920s, social scientists agreed that whites were superior to blacks, as whites continue to agree with that today. But they needed a way to prove this back to social policy in favor of whites. Do you guys understand? This is what I'm saying. This is why it's important for black people to have think tanks, because this is what the Manhattan Institute does, and they directly do it through Ron DeSantis and Greg Abbott and Donald Trump and Fox News. This is what I'm telling you about this cycle. These were the predecessors to that kind of thing. Create racial pseudoscience in order to create from that racial pseudoscience social policy. Black people are inherently criminals. We need to make a crime bill. Shout out to my man Hobb. What up with it, bro? Black people are out reproducing everybody. We need to program them with abortion and bring in an influx of immigrants. Do you guys see the pattern? It's the pattern that has to stop. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to read this again. Before the 1920s, social scientists agreed that whites were superior to blacks, but they needed a way to prove this back social policy in favor of whites. So in this government that we have, that we think is political and we're going to be able to do something with it, the entire purpose of the government is to utilize anti-black science to prove a necessity for social policy in favor of whites. That's one of the reasons why crack is looked at as criminal and heroin is looked like an unfortunate disease. And we'll be talking about politicians are now attempting to make heroin a weapon of mass destruction, opiates a weapon of mass destruction. I wasn't playing when I tried to tell you guys that. That's actually happening. That's actually something that's going down. So now here it says they felt the best way to gauge this was through testing intelligence by interpreting the test to show favor to whites. That these test makers' research resulted portrayed that all minority groups vary negatively. In 1906, Henry Goddard translated the Binet intelligence test from French, and in 1912 began to apply the test to incoming immigrants on Ellis Islands. Some claim that in a study of immigrants, Goddard researched that 87% of Russians, 83% of Jays, 80% of Hungarians, and 79% of Italians were feeble-minded and had a mental age less than 12. Some have also claimed that this information was taken as evidence by lawmakers, and thus it affected policy for years. So again, if you notice, all of these groups here, these groups were all white people. And this is what white people did to these groups. Some claim that the study of immigrants, we're only talking about white immigrants. We're talking about Russians, Jays, Hungarians, and Italians. And it said that they were feeble-minded and had a mental age of less than 12. So this is what white people thought about their white counterparts. And they thought this about them simply because they were coming from other countries. So pay very close attention to this. This is the embarrassing culture of theirs. This is what they even do to other Europeans. Why they sitting here talking about black on black crime? Man, black on black crime only lasts for a second. You know what I'm saying? European on European crime has lasting effects. I mean, they say redheads don't have any souls, blondes are dumb. You know what I'm saying? Irish people aren't human. I mean, look at all the shit that white people said about other white people. All white stereotypes all came from white people about other white people. Nobody else made any of that up. Again, irrefutable fact. Some have also claimed that this information was taken as evidence by who? Lawmakers, and thus it affected social policy for years. Bernard Davis has pointed out in the first sentence of his paper, Goddard wrote that the subjects of the study were not typical members of their group, but selected because of their suspected subnormal intelligence, which subnormal is below normal intelligence, talking about other Europeans. I want to make sure that everybody understands this. This is white people talking about other white people. They sound woke. Davis had further noted that Goddard Arthur argued that the low IQ of the test subjects was more likely due to environmental rather than genetic factors. So when it comes to white people being stupid, it's because of environmental and not genetic factors. But when it comes to black people being stupid, you're stupid because it's genetic. Again, this is white science, white culture, white worldview. And in 1996, the American Psychological Association's Board of Scientific Affairs stated that IQ tests were not discriminatory towards any ethnic or racial group. Okay, so that's the American Psychological Association. You know what I'm saying? So now I want to go back up to the table of contents here because again, these are the justifications of this being used in the United States. Okay. In the 20th century, concepts of scientific racism, which sought to prove the physical and mental inadequacy of groups deemed inferior, was relied upon to justify involuntary sterilization programs. Now, we talked about this in North Carolina. People in North Carolina are working on trying to get some money for being involuntarily sterilized because of eugenics programs. Every state had a board of eugenics that was used to attempt to sterilize and exterminate black people. White people are so much better than everybody. They don't need a board to sterilize everybody. A lot of them just are sterile. They're so much better than everybody. They'd have to set up a organization to do it. They just have issues having kids. So there's one thing that white people are superior at, not reproducing. Such programs, promoted by eugenicists such as Harry H. Laughlin, were upheld as constitutional by the U.S. Supreme Court in Buck versus Bell. In all, between 60,000 and 90,000 Americans were subjected to involuntary sterilization. Now, let me ask you guys a question. Do you guys think that anybody got any reparations as a result of that? Oh, this is just something that we're not going to talk about. Can't make all the little white kids feel bad. Yeah, the table of conscience. There is no conscience when it comes to these people. Clearly. Now, somebody could sit there and say that I'm being nasty or I'm having a bias, but where is the conscience in anything that I've read so far? I mean, okay, I'm lying here. I'm not telling the truth here. Help me out. Where is it? So see, these are the things that they won't talk about, but we will talk about them. And that's one of the reasons why you see my channel not grow, which I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Because if just one person understands this, it helps. So now here it says scientific racism was also used as a justification for the Emergency Quota Act of 1921 and the Immigration Act of 1924, which imposed racial quotas limiting Italian American immigrants into the United States and other immigrants from other Southern European and Eastern European nations. Now, why would it have issues with Southern European and Eastern European nations? Again, how many times do I tell you guys about the white on white racism of white people and Slavic people? Which again, the word Slavic is a derivative of slave because this is what they do. The worst thing for the world was for white people to be exposed to other people because then they collectively saw more commonality between each other and saw extreme differences between other people like blacks and Asians and sought to spread that ideology or sought to spread those unnatural instincts. Had they just been restricted to dealing with each other, they would have just continued doing this to each other and left everybody else alone. This is their culture. When you've done a practice since your existence and are still doing it today, it's your culture. This is their cultural norm. So now when you hear white Italians and when you hear white Irish people crying about the way that they were treated, hey, don't cry to us. We weren't the ones doing it. Yeah, I get it. You need to cry to your fellow white people whose asses you're kissing now because it was them that did that to you, not us. This is their culture. And if it's not their culture, then what is it? I guarantee you all of this stuff is a lot worse than Lizzo's big ass playing a flute. As mad as white people are at Lizzo for playing the flute, I guarantee you that this was more harmful to white people than Lizzo playing the flute. I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. Proponents of these quotas who sought to block undesirable immigrants, justifying restrictions, see by invoking scientific racism. So, what you guys need to understand is that everything in the educational system has been weaponized. Science is a weapon. That's one of the reasons why more black people need to get into science because what people don't understand is that science is being used against you as a weapon. If you guys agree with that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. And that's one of the reasons why I'm an intelligence advocate. Lathrop Stoddard published many radicalist books on what he saw as the peril of immigration. Now, let me ask you guys a question, okay? Let's rewind back in time to where we are to what time period we're talking about. If you didn't believe, if you did not believe in race science, you'd be considered woke. Shout out to my man AJ. What up with it, bro? You'd be considered woke. If you didn't believe in slavery, you'd be considered woke. If you happen to be a white person and you said, "Hey, you know that MLK guy, he actually has some points. That Malcolm X, he's a little bit scary. I mean, he's kind of scary, but I mean, he does make a point." They would call you woke. If you see black people as humans, you're woke. You see where it's all going? If you guys see where it's all going, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't see where it's going, give me a thumbs down. And now what we're going to do is we're going to invite immigrants to the party. We're going to have immigrants being as anti-black as they possibly can. Because why not? Why not? So his most famous book about immigration was The Rising Tide of Color Against White World Supremacy. That's interesting. I thought this didn't exist. In the 1920s, in this book, he presented a view of the world situation pertaining to race, focusing on the coming population explosion among the quote colored people of the world and the way in which white world supremacy was being lessened in the wake of World War I and the collapse of colonialism. They still are worried about this today. You can hear it in Biden's politics. You can hear it in Trump's politics. You can hear this echoing anytime you listen to the right or the left. Shout out to my man James Sumner. My man AB Promotion says he's about to look for that book. So it's this book right here. It's called The Rising Tide of Color: The Threat Against White World Supremacy. So, and if you pay attention, you see they got this native indigenous person here climbing over the world. And then they had this person, it's like an Asian person with that kind of, Mortal Kombat Raiden style hat, Big Trouble in Little Chinatown type shit, climbing over the world. So now you guys understand what they're saying and doing. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys haven't smashed that like button, please take a moment. Make sure you guys smash that like button. Also, make sure you guys hit the bell if you guys are not subscribed. So now here it says Stoddard's analysis divided the world politics and situations into white, yellow, black, Amerindian, and brown people and their interactions. How does racism affect anybody that's still alive today? Well, it sounds to me like we're still dealing with this. And another thing is, remember how I've also said the word politics, political, is a dog whistle for white people talking about race. That's why when black people start talking about black issues and white people are trying to frame and control the conversation. So if you talk about black issues, the first thing a white bot will say is they will just repeat, why do you keep bringing race into it? Why do you keep bringing race into it? While they're bringing race into it by calling it politics. Stoddard's analysis divided world politics and situations into white, yellow, black, American, brown peoples and their interactions. So now what this shows evidence of is that the original people that bring race into anything are not black. The original people that bring race into things are not black people. Show me one law that black people have made that discriminates or harms white people in any kind of way. So now my question is, all the black conservatives, black conservative perspective and Officer Tatum, where's your response to this shit? Black conservatives, where you at? Any buck broken black bot that calls themselves a conservative or leaning to the right, where's your response for this? Now, here's the thing, DeAndre. This is white people's critical race theory. It is white people believe that it is critical for them to maintain dominance of the entire world, and their racial theory is what they use to justify it. This is the real critical race theory. Again, everything with them is projection. because these are indeed theories and they are critical to the white race. Critical race theory is not critical to us. Stoddard argued race and heredity were the guiding factors of history and civilization, and that the elimination or absorption of white race by colored races would result in the destruction of Western civilization. So again, when people talk about West, the Western, the West, 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 West means white. West means white. Jordan Peterson, West means white. Ben Shapiro, West means white. Republicans, West means white. Which basically means that the West has been waging a war on the entire world ever since human brains. So now when they talk about there's a quote war on the West, there is no war on the West. The West expanded and dominated the entire world. The West has been waging a war on the world. So now here it says, like Madison Grant, Stoddard divided the white race into three main divisions. So, like I said, when there's nobody else around, they'll do it to themselves: Nordic, Alpine, and Mediterranean. He considered all three to be of good stock and far above the quality of colored races, but argued that the Nordic were the greatest of the and needed to be preserved by the way of eugenics. All right. So this is why you see white people with their strange obsession over red hair and green eyes, blonde hair and blue eyes. And the thing that's crazy is that other white people who don't have those features, they actually believe that and attempt to uphold it as well. No, that's facts, DeAndre. The West also has LGBTQ and all of that. So it is the West waging a war on the entire world and not the other way around. Unlike Grant, Stoddard was less concerned with which varieties of European people were superior to others, Nordic theory, which is fascinating because is allegedly, if Nordic people were so superior, Nordic people didn't conquer any of the world. So I don't understand that. Maybe it's because my IQ is 62 and because I'm of bad stock. But was more concerned with what he called, quote, biracialism, seeing the world as being composed simply of colored and white races. In the years after the Great Migration of World War I, Grant's racial theory would fall out of favor in the U.S. in favor of a model closer to Stoddard's. Now, what I find fascinating is that I don't believe that white people are a race. I believe that white people are a social construct and that white people are Asian. So I don't believe I believe that white is a social construct that was created by a visibly different tribe of Asians in order to separate themselves from their original people and attempt with this world domination strategy that they had. So that's my belief. And again, the Caucasus Mountains isn't in Europe. So an influential publication was The Races of Europe, again, which there's no such thing as Europe. It doesn't even fit the classification of what a continent is. President of the American Association of Physical Anthropologists from 1930 to 1961. So now pay very close attention because everybody that's in the room, most of our parents were alive during this time. Most of our parents were alive during this time. And so were most of the people on TV that you see asking, how does racism affect anybody that's alive today? Well, my dad's still alive today, so everything that I just read about, he was affected by. Any more questions? So now this was written by somebody named Carlton S. Kuhn, ironically, president of the American Association of Physical Anthropologists from 1930 to 1961. Kuhn was a proponent of multi-regional origin of human models. He divided Homo sapiens into five main races: Caucasoid, Mongoloid, including Native American, Australoid, Congoid, and Capoid, which I find fascinating because if it comes to actual Homo sapiens, there's only one, and that would be black people. These other races are not fully Homo sapien. Sub-Saharan Africans are full Homo sapiens. So again, this is white pseudoscience. And genetics testing has proven that. Genetics testing has also proven that everything associated with translucency, whether it's the eyes or the skin, is not normalized human DNA. It's an abnormal human DNA that was passed on from a common ancestor. Now, am I saying this to try to, downgrade anybody? No. These are just the facts. I'm saying that to show how pseudoscience this nonsense is and the inherent feelings that these people have about themselves and how they project it onto other people. And this and that, ladies and gentlemen, what I want everybody to understand, that is one of the reasons why it's been illegal for black people to learn anything and why they've pushed black people to have a normalized culture of stupidity so that you will never be able to understand any of this stuff and never be able to come up with any kind of solutions for any of the issues plaguing the world, because most of the issues plaguing the world come from the actual plague of infection from the West to the entire world. These people are upset with coronavirus when they're the original virus. So I think we've gotten enough to back up the beginning of what I'm talking about here. Okay. I think we've gotten enough. Scientific racism is a large part of right-wing politics. When it comes to the left wing, they justify their racism through things like affirmative action. They say that black people can't come up with our own accomplishments. We're too stupid, so we need white people's help in public policy. Affirmative action. There is no left-leaning people, no Democrats, no anybody on the left who is white who thinks that affirmative action is necessary because of white racial bias. They believe that affirmative action is necessary because black inability to perform. And the reason why white people have these fights between each other is because they know how each other thinks. And when it comes to these, it's not a anti-racist battle, it's an ideological control battle. Some people believe that the racism should just be blatant. Other people believe that the racism should be undercover so that the world can just continue to turn and nobody knows that it's there. The people who want to express their racism are the right wing. The people who want their racism to be weaponized and used in part of the global economy, so keep it under wraps, are the left. And that's it. So then when people ask you, well, who are you voting for? What political party are you voting for? If you haven't developed your and legitimized and credentialized your own politicians to directly fight this kind of stuff, it doesn't matter who you're voting for. It doesn't matter. We have to take control of our own fate. And then once we take control of our own fate, then we have to take control of the world. Affirmative action refers to a set of policies and practices within a government or organization seeking to include particular groups based on their gender, race, sexuality, creed, or nationality in areas where they are underrepresented, such as education and employment. And we just read why they're underrepresented, not because of performance, but because of white pseudoscience. So now this doesn't take into consideration white pseudoscience being a result of a lot of this. It just says, the reason why they're dealing with this is because of race and sexuality and creed and all of this stuff. It's not because white people had anything to do with it. Again, we're going to circumvent the problem. We're going to circumvent the problem, and we're not going to be responsible for the problem. We're going to act like it's somebody else's fault. And what we got to do, we just have to help these people because they're so unfortunate. Facts. Cameron, the only legislation specifically for black people has been anti-black legislation, slavery, Jim Crow, black codes. I like my racism in a casket. That's how I like mine. Or in a trash compactor, climbing up the walls. Historically and internationally, support for affirmative action has sought to achieve goals such as bridging inequalities in employment and pay, and increasing access to education, promoting diversity, and redressing apparent past wrongs, harms, or hindrances. So now remember, this is woke because white people don't have to be accountable for past wrongs. If you guys agree with that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Historically and internationally, support for affirmative action has sought to achieve goals such as bridging inequalities in employment and pay, increasing access to education, promoting diversity, and redressing apparent past wrongs, harms, or hindrances. So now, allegedly, this is supposed to redress apparent wrongs, which would be reparations. But notice how there's no reparations written into affirmative action. What past wrong does affirmative action address? That's a question for you guys. What past wrong does affirmative action address? Does it address any? And how does it address wrongs of the past? That make any sense? It doesn't make too much sense. You know what I'm saying? The nature of affirmative action policies varies from region to region and exists on a spectrum, from a hard quota to merely targeting encouragement for increased participation. Some countries use a quota system. Remember, the quota system, ironically, came directly from race science, if you guys remember. Shout out to my man, Ricky Jones. Facts, it doesn't. I agree with AB, DeAndre, and Ricky. So you guys remember, if you guys remember earlier in the stream, the quota system was something that was a direct product of race science. Okay? Whereby a certain percentage of government jobs, political positions, and school vacancies must be reserved for members of a certain group. An example of this is reservation system in India. Okay? In some other regions where quotas are not used, minoritized group members are given preference or special consideration in selection processes. So now, mind you, this is what white people call reverse racism, despite the fact that this benefits white women the most. This benefits white LGBTQ and white women the most, yet white people say that somehow this is reversed racism. When there is no such thing as reverse racism, all racism is wrong, and there's no direction that racism should come from. The term reverse racism itself shows white people's inherent bias, thinking that the correct direction of racism is white to non-white people. Shout out to my man Robert Taylor. I appreciate it, bro. There is no correct direction of racism. Racism is wrong. But the term reverse racism shows white people's inherent belief that they feel that it's their privilege to properly, correctly, not reverse racism, correct directional racism, direct racism from them towards other people. So just that term in itself shows exactly what time those people are on. So again, if you understand how to articulate, if you understand how to navigate and deal with these people, anytime they open up their mouth is their own worst weapon. You know what I'm saying? Just ask in Europe how all that monkeypox is going around. All them people got all them lumps all over the mouth. The mouth is the worst weapon. It's the dirtiest part of the body. You know what I'm saying? That's why if you bite somebody or if an animal bites you, you could die from rabies or something. In the United States, affirmative action in employment and education has been the subject of legal and political controversy. In 2003, the Supreme Court of the United States in Grutter versus Bollinger held that the University of Michigan Law School could consider race as a plus factor when evaluating applicants holistically and maintain the probation of the use of quotas. So now my thing is, there are ways to actually do this while considering performance. And see, the white liberals set this up in a way so that it could be taken away later if needed to, because performance is not involved. Right, die from scabies. So now here it says in the United Kingdom, which shout out to the United Kingdom for their economic crash as well as the loss of the demon, you know what I'm saying, Queen Elizabeth. Hiring someone simply because of their protected group status without regard to their performance is illegal. Now, here's my thing. I do tend to agree with this. However, there needs to be something that takes into consideration the reason why performance may be low. And there also needs to be consideration of comparing people who perform the same when a white person is chosen over another person that performs the same as them. That would be properly applying this. Just giving somebody a position because they're a certain race, that doesn't help anything. If actually what that does is it hurts things, because then what white people can turn around and do is weaponize it and say, see, we gave this person this position and they failed. And you see white people doing that all the time, which is the reason why they made affirmative action this way. Remember what it said in that video about the what it said in the video about the apartheid. White people understand that if people who are not white gain economic equality, that it will eventually overpower the white world dominance. So remember, they always have to write these policies with a back door so that they can be removed, which is one of the reasons why this is now being taken away. Okay. So just as long as everybody understands that, as long as everybody understands that, none of these policies put in place are put in place as a favor. They're put in place as a fail safe, or they're put in place as a future investment for something else, which is probably something that's not going to be beneficial. Okay. So now here it says, however, the law in the United Kingdom does not allow for membership in a protected and disadvantaged group to be considered in hiring and promoting when the group is underrepresented in a given area, and if candidates of are equal merit, in which case membership in a disadvantaged group can be used as a tiebreaker. An alternative approach common in the UK and elsewhere in Europe is positive action. Now pay very close attention. White people creating affirmative action is not a ethical, white people are just so good, we had to do this for minorities. No, affirmative action is a pseudo correction on white people's inherent bias. If white people weren't racist and didn't have the world culture and history and contribution to the world that they've had, which has been all negative, this wouldn't exist. This is a result of them trying to correct their own monstrosities. This isn't them because they have some kind of ethics, because they have some kind of moral high ground. There is none. Facts, Ricky. If you guys agree with Ricky, give me a thumbs up. The government is a complete trick bag against black people. That's an absolute fact. So now, why are we talking about all this? Right? We spent about an hour and 28 minutes going into all of this. Why are we talking about this? Well, the reason why we're talking about this is because there's a young man who ended up getting hurt at a football game. I think you pronounce his name Tua Tagovailoa, if I'm not mistaken. And if you ask me, this young man needs to sue the NFL as well as the United States government. And why should he do it? Because of the NFL's use of race norming. Tua Tagovailoa wasn't the same guy when Mike McDaniel first saw quarterback after the concussion. Okay, so he wasn't the same guy. Now, what I want you guys to understand is the reason why he was given a pass to play is because of race norming. It's accepted science in the alleged woke NFL. White people call the NFL
First
woke.
off, congrats to
White people call the NFL woke. The idea is that black people are so dumb, a concussion wouldn't make a difference in your cognitive performance. And as a result of that, the biased white doctors or the biased black doctors who learned white medical science are looking at him and saying, oh, yeah, he's operating as a baseline idiot. He's fine. He can play the next game. And now any white person or any black coon that wants to say that that's not the practice, I'll actually drop the link and we can talk about it.
the Bengals for their 27-15 win over the Dolphins on Thursday Night Football. That's 2 huge back-to-back wins for Cincy. But you know what? This video is bigger than football, because I'm sure by now you all know that Miami quarterback Tua Tagovailoa suffered a concussion, was knocked unconscious.
Emilia Sykes will be a fighter for us. Sykes fought to raise wages, bring back good-paying jobs, restore depressed communities, and lower costs for Ohioans. Emilia Sykes will fight for us in Congress.
I don't understand why that happens. There we go. Hold on.
And was taken off the field in a stretcher. So this video is directed to not only the Miami Dolphins medical staff, but the NFL as well, because we all want.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. You guys see that? Like, what is wrong with this, with these websites? Hold on real quick. Give me a second, guys. Real quick, if you guys have not smashed that like button, please make sure you take a moment and smash that like button. I don't know why these I don't know why these things do this. So give me a second here. I'm gonna try to get this up here. Okay, so we got, of course, we got 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Let's see if it'll play this time. It's the New York Post. I'm telling you, they are the worst. They are the worst.
First off, congrats to the Bengals for their 27-15 win over the Dolphins on Thursday Night Football. That's 2 huge back-to-back wins for Cincy.
Oh my God.
You make a little time to take precautions. But if something
like, this is ridiculous. Like, I just let the ad play. You know what I'm saying? I just let the ad play. Damn.
But you know what? This video is bigger than football, because I'm sure by now you all know that Miami quarterback Tua Tagovailoa suffered a concussion, was knocked unconscious.
Look at this. Look. What the hell? Man, that's wild. Look at this. Hold on real quick. You see that? It just won't play. So now it's playing up here.
The 27-15 win over the Dolphins on Thursday Night Football. That's 2 huge back-to-back wins for Cincy. But you know what?
Facts,
This
DeAndre.
video is bigger than football. Because I'm sure by now you all know that Miami quarterback Tua Tagovailoa suffered a concussion, was knocked unconscious, and was taken off the field in a stretcher. So this video is directed to not only the Miami Dolphins medical staff, but the NFL as well, because we all want to.
Look at this. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. All right, man. I give up on this. So now check this out. It says, hopefully I'm saying his name right. Tua Tagovailoa. Is that it? Tagovailoa was released from the hospital and traveled back with the Dolphins to Miami after their 27-15 loss to the Bengals on Thursday night. That came after the frightening scene in which Dolphins players gathered around their fallen quarterback who lay on the Cincinnati turf after suffering a concussion. I saw him lay down. I saw that, and it looked like he had some stress going on with the impact of the hit, Dolphins coach Mike McDaniel said after the game. And once I got out to the field, I knew right away that this was at least a concussion. All right. So now, again, this is my question for everybody. How many people know about the race norming practice of the NFL? Now, it's not me, DeAndre. It's the New York Post. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what's up with the New York Post on this bullshit, but, well, actually, I do. They use too many Marcos, but, you know what I'm saying? That's they got too much bullshit going on. They trying to get every last bit of that revenue with all them damn ads and shit. Did I say it wrong? Let me go back and read what you put. Let me see. Tagovailoa. Is that it? Tagovailoa? Is that how you say it? So now here it says, I was worried about those other things. On top of that, I was obviously very worried about his head, which they weren't. I'm going to tell you guys something. When it comes to the NFL, they're not worried about any of these people's heads. They think that their heads are empty and there's nothing in them, and that black people operate the same after a concussion as they do in just their regular everyday life. Yeah, facts, Hob. I mentioned that a while back, the race norming. Now, my question is, if the NFL uses a practice called race norming, then how is the NFL woke? Because remember, anything that has anything to do with black people actually logically looking at issues going on with white racism towards black people is woke. If the NFL still quietly uses a system of race norming, how is the NFL woke? That's what I need somebody to explain to me. Yeah, I agree, DeAndre. The NFL didn't give a fuck. So now here it says, but you wanted to make sure that you wanted to make sure that all things with relation to the spine and back, you want to make sure that that's okay. But it was very clear to me from the onset, I didn't really know the degree of, but I knew he had a concussion. He was asking for me when he saw me. I could just tell that it wasn't the same guy that I'm used to seeing. All right. So now here it says McDaniels and the Dolphins are under close scrutiny for letting Tagovailoa, I can't say that name, play in the game. The third-year quarterback had suffered what appeared to be a head injury in their Week 3 game against the Bills 4 days prior. So now here's my question. How did he get cleared? That's my question for you guys. How did he get cleared? So now here's my thing. There are so many black people out there that are just willing to go with the white narrative. And the reason why is because they're intellectually lazy. They're intellectually lazy, and it's just easier to go with than to go against. Being a coon is one of the most intellectually lazy things that a black person can do. And that is what you see an increasing number of. If white people said it, then it must be true, which actually feeds into the negative stereotypes created by the race norming, because it's discouraging you from doing your own research. The NFL works exactly like a plantation. You got a bunch of black people on the field doing what an old white man tells them to do, with a bunch of horny white chicks cheering them on. That's exactly what it is, Ricky. It is a literal plantation. So now here it says Tagovailoa appeared disoriented before leaving the game briefly in what the team ultimately deemed a back injury, which, I mean, if he was disoriented as a result of a back injury, you would want to do a neurological examination. That's basic. That's just basic medical science. And I agree, DeAndre, all of these sports do that. That's one of the reasons why they put all of these black people into sports. We just read that earlier from the race norming ideas, that when it comes to the black race, white people feel that black people cannot operate properly without being told what to do by white people. This is all part of their mentality. This is all part of their culture. This is a cultural creation. That's one of the reasons plantation slavery is one of the reasons why football here in the United States is different from football everywhere else in the world. Everywhere else in the world, football is soccer. In the United States, football is this. McDaniel insisted that Tagovailoa had passed concussion protocols ahead of Bengals matchup. Now, what are the concussion protocols? The concussion protocols are based in race norming. Race norming is based in race science. So now, to everybody that's watching and people that may not disagree with me, what I'd like to know is, how is this not consistent with the NFL's race norming practice? I know a bunch of little conservative trolls, and you know what I'm saying, a bunch of coons, you know what I'm saying, and those Eileen to the right brothers out here watching. Okay, tell me how this has nothing to do with race norming, and tell me about the woke aspect of race norming. Yeah, facts, DJ Elmo. And speaking of that whole particular thing, you're gonna see the direction of Bad Girls Gone Worse is going to change. Now, I used to do Bad Girls Gone Worse as a comedy series where we were talking about a lot of the women that just do some crazy stuff, right? But what I'm starting to see a pattern of is how OnlyFans is actually helping the racial wealth gap explode. So it's funny how that happens. That Bad Girls Gone Worse series, it's gonna actually move more towards the lines of all money ain't good money. And all of the content creators, especially the manosphere idiots that make content crying about the OnlyFans girls, they're so goddamn dumb they don't even apply it to the fucking racial wealth gap. Because it actually is increasing the racial wealth gap. Especially when you see who it is making all the millions and billions of dollars on OnlyFans. But you got a bunch of simps that are just upset that they can't fuck any of them, because their brains are only operating on sex terms instead of operating on world domination, which is one of the reasons why most of those people are where they are. People that think about world domination dominate the world. People that think about dominating vagina can't even do that successfully. So now here it says the 24-year-old had to be stretchered off the field after taking another huge blow to the head when he was sacked by the Cincinnati defensive lineman Josh Tupou. It was a scary moment, McDaniel said about Tagovailoa's injury Thursday night. He was evaluated for a concussion, and he's in the concussion protocol. That was an emotional moment that is not part of the deal that anyone signs up for, even though you know it's a possibility in football to have something that you have to be taken off in a stretcher for. So now here's my question. When it comes to the white media, when it comes to the New York Post, why are they not talking about this in terms of race norming? You see how they're working this? Well, it's not about race. I mean, it's not about race. When is the last time you saw an owner get taken off the field in stretchers? But you see all the white fans and all the white owners that sit up here and call these guys lazy and that they don't want to do anything and that they're getting paid for nothing. How many white people say that athletes get paid too much? If he has the right kind of spinal or right kind of brain injury, 1 year of his high-paying salary isn't going to even cover the medical bills. The same white people who say that these people get paid too much are the same white people who are upset about a copay at the doctor's office, only $10, $15. All of his teammates, myself, we're very concerned. The only thing that they're concerned about is that he can play in the next game. Not concerned if he can feed his family, not concerned if he can think or talk properly, because they don't think that he's able to think or talk properly, not because of his brain, but because of his skin. So now here, and that's interesting. That's interesting information, Way Weary. Miami exploited a loophole that allows the doctor to attribute the gross motor instability to something other than a concussion. Now, my thing is, even though they can attribute it to something other than a concussion, what they cannot do is they cannot take away from the neuromuscular involvement. So even if they try to say that it wasn't a concussion, it's still a neurological injury. You know what I'm saying? You do things like hand strength and alert and oriented ×3. He probably won't speak up about this. If anything, he says, nigga, I had the best opportunity that I ever had in the United States. Why you people still complain about slavery? If anything, that's what he probably would say. You know what I'm saying? The best news that we can give is that everything checked out and that he didn't have anything more serious than a concussion. He'll be flying back with us here on a plane. And so now when it comes to a concussion, you can actually see a concussion, if I'm not mistaken, on an MRI. It should show some bulging in the brain. Yeah, and I agree, Way Weary. I agree. I don't think he should have been out there. You know what I'm saying? So we got that under control. All right. So now we know these issues here as far as this young man in the NFL. Okay. So we're gonna look at a couple other things. All right. We're gonna look at a couple other things. This is an article that was published by Associated Press on March 4th of 2022, and it appears on the NFL website. Judge approves fix to stem race bias in NFL concussion deal. What's that? And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys have not smashed that like button, please make sure that you guys smash the like button. Also, if you're not subscribed to the channel, be brave. Don't be scared. Hit the bell icon twice. It's free. And share the video out to all of your subscribers. Shout out to everybody who's liked the video so far. We got 21 likes, which is awesome. Definitely appreciate each and every one of you guys. How many people knew about this? Tua is from Hawaii, but he is Samoan. But now remember, when it comes to this race norming, despite the fact that this has been used to create anti-black propaganda, this is white people's beliefs towards all non-white people. And when there's no non-white people around, they look at other white people like this. You know what I'm saying? So that's the issue here. That is the issue here. And we cannot act like this didn't have a part to play in it. You know what I'm saying? Judge approves fix to stem race bias and NFL concussion deal. Let me ask you guys a question. What does this mean right here? What does that mean? If you guys have heard of this particular issue right here, give me a thumbs up. If you guys have not heard of this particular issue right here, give me a thumbs down. How many people have heard about this? Facts, Ricky, and that comes from that race science. So now here it says Black retired football players who were denied payments for dementia in the NFL's $1 billion concussion settlement can seek to be retested or have their claims restored to eliminate racial bias in the testing and formula payout under the revised plan finalized Friday. This sounds really woke, doesn't it? How many people even knew that this was going on? If you guys knew that this was going on, give me a thumbs up. If you guys did not know that this was going on, give me a thumbs down. Outrage over the use of race norming in the dementia testing, which assumed that Black people have a lower cognitive baseline score, making it harder for them to show mental declines linked to football, forced the NFL and players' lawyers to back the negotiating table, forced the NFL players' lawyers back to the negotiating table last year. So white people think that Black people are so dumb that after all those hits to the head, it does nothing. So there you go. But white people think that the NFL is woke. This is how ridiculous those people are. They think that the NFL is woke. It's woke. So I just want to make sure that you guys understand this. All the people in the crowd, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, Stephen A. Smith, and you know what I'm saying? Like, shout out to the Mayo militia. You know what I'm saying? All of these people, they all think that you're so damn dumb. You know what I'm saying? That if you get ran over by somebody that's the size of a human freight train and you get your helmet knocked off, that you're the same intelligence as you were before that. Imagine a doctor telling Herschel Walker there is no damage to your brain. I mean, white people are literally gaslighting that by attempting to put him into a political office in Georgia. All you remember, white people, according to race science, white people believe that it is low IQ of a Black person to not listen to what a white person says. So those of us over here, we're dumb according to them because we're not listening and doing exactly what they say. But somebody like Officer Tatum, somebody like Candace Owens, somebody like Herschel Walker, you know what I'm saying? These are people who are, quote, intelligent. You notice how they always say that? Anytime a Black person says something that a white person says, those are the intelligent ones. You need to listen to Thomas Sowell. Oh, you need to listen to Larry Elder. But if you say something that's not the same as what they say, they tell you that you need to shut up and dribble, even if you don't play basketball. So the NFL, and again, this is one of the reasons, again, and all white people believe this, and the reason why you can tell that they all believe this shows you right here that they do not believe that the NFL players are intelligent. As a result of them understanding where this collection of unintelligent people are, this is where they pick people for, quote, propaganda role models. Well, we can't just look to politicians. We can't just look to athletes. White people have policies built into the sports that shows that they believe that these people are stupid, and then they use the media to put these people in front of you to try to have you mimic what they do. But we're not racist or anything, you know. We're not racist. Exactly, James. They don't know what the word means. They don't know what anything means. Expecting them to know what anything means is expecting too much. you know what I'm saying? Expecting them to understand what anything means is expecting too much. Expecting them to use anything properly is expecting too much. Okay? That's expecting way too much. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys haven't smashed the like button, please make sure that you guys take a moment, smash that like button. Again, also, if you haven't shared the video out, please help your boy by sharing the video out. Revisions could allow many retired NFL players to resubmit their claims and add $100 million or more to the NFL's legal tab. The NFL, through the fund, has paid out more than $800 million to date, nearly half for dementia claims. The dementia award average was about $600,000. Thousands of Black players stand to benefit from these changes to the settlement, said lawyers Cyril V. Smith, who represents former players Neha Davenport, Kevin Henry, whose 2020 race discrimination lawsuit brought the issue to light. So now my question is, if the NFL is out here using slave science, then how is the NFL woke? It sounds to me like the NFL is a right-wing Confederate. And that's what it seems like to me. So that's what I don't understand. What I don't understand is, how is the NFL woke? Make it make sense. Senior U.S. District Judge Anita D. Brody in Philadelphia, who has overseen the NFL concussion case for a decade, dismissed their lawsuit but ordered the parties to address the problem. She approved the negotiated changes in an order filed on Friday. So now, isn't that interesting how the judge dismissed the lawsuit, but she still approved negotiated changes? So why is the lawsuit dropped? Why is it? See, what this is the judge threw this out in order to not have any racism associated with the NFL. This is white, good old boy privilege. One hand washes the other. Well, I know that this is a problem and I know that you're guilty, but what we're going to do is we're going to take this off of the record and we're going to make you pay anyway, but we're just not going to keep this on the official record. The vast majority of the league's players, 70% of active players and more than 60% of living retirees are Black. So the changes are expected to be significant and potentially costly for the NFL. More than 3,300 former players or their families have sought awards for brain injuries linked to their playing days. More than 2,000 of them moderate to advanced dementia. The dementia cases have proven the most contentious, and only 3 in 10 claims have been paid to date. Another 1/3 have been denied. The rest remain in limbo, often as the claim goes through several layers of review by the claims administrator, medical and legal consultants, audit investigators, and judges. The agreement to end race norming follows months of closed-door negotiations between lawyers for the NFL and the class counsel of nearly 20,000 retired players, and Smith and others representing Davenport and Henry. So now I'm curious as to whether Herschel Walker got some money from this or not, because his brain is clearly damaged from playing in the NFL. But white people will look right past it because he says the things that, they want to hear him say. But anybody who looks at or talks to or watches a video that Herschel Walker does can tell that not only is he already an idiot, but he has brain damage. So now, how many people knew that that was going on with the NFL? So the point is that the young man who was injured on the Miami Dolphins, the NFL, for one, doesn't care and wouldn't have done anything about it anyway, because again, like I said, the NFL has an inherent bias of not seeing a concussion as causing a cognitive issue with black people. So now when it comes to race norming, why is it that in the New York Post article didn't address the race norming issue? And I want to know how this is woke. I want to know, to all the white people who are allergic to racial accountability for things that they benefit from and abuse others with. I want to know how this is pseudoscience. I want to see where, if Bill Mayer can get enough air in those manhole-sized nostrils that he has, he can somehow misconstrue this and say that it's woke. That's what I want to know. I want to see somebody do that. I want to sit in the crowd while somebody does those mental gymnastics so I can throw up a sign and say whether it's a 9.5 or a 10. That's what I want. You guys help me do that? If you guys down to help me do that with some front row seats, give me a thumbs up. If you're not, I'll make a little YouTube short about it. How race norming was built into the NFL concussion settlement. The NFL and lawyers for former players blamed the controversial practice on doctors. But both sides negotiated a settlement that guaranteed race would affect payouts and defended the practice long after concerns were raised. Okay. So now pay very close attention, because when it comes to the when it comes to the police, when the police kill you, they give you a settlement. When the NFL kills you, they give you a settlement. Notice a pattern? If you guys notice a pattern, give me a thumbs up. If you guys do not notice a pattern, give me a thumbs down. And so my thing is, with all this information out here, right? All this, evidence, why is the momentum going towards intellectually lazy black people who want to suckle under white supremacist nonsense and attempt to not look at these kind of facts? Why is that on the rise? You got these new young Negroes, you know what I'm saying? These intelligent dorks, allegedly more intelligent. It's, this is just a lot of woke, and there's we have to, we have to take our own accountability. You have to take your own accountability. The only accountability that people need to do here is, when it comes to the NFL, understand that the NFL is part of these practices, and these practices result because of the white people that created the NFL, and then make an actual conscious choice of whether I'm going to do this for money and get out or not. That's the only choice that needs to be made. As far as the choice of who decided to create this kind of nonsense, that accountability falls totally on white people. So I don't understand the intellectual laziness that a lot of the younger generation of black coons is exhibiting. And you got to ask yourself, who's raising these people? Who's raising these people? Who's raising these young, I lean to the right and I tend to be more conservative? As long as you understand that, you know what I'm saying, conservatism is anti-black, just like how liberalism is anti-black. You know what I'm saying? I guess it makes sense, which is one of the reasons why I always say, if we're going to sit here and keep repeating about how feminism tricked black women, we can't take into, we cannot dismiss how conservatism has tricked black men. Exactly, Carla. The lack of cognitive ability is seen as a pre-existing condition that comes as a comorbidity with black skin. That's how the white healthcare system looks at race. Clearly. I mean, I just proved it. I want to see some white scholar like Matt Walsh or Ben Shapiro or what's that other guy's name? That other idiot. What's that dude's name? Steven Crowder. You know what I'm saying? Disprove what I just said. Tucker Carlson, Sean Hannity, any of them, welcome. Dissect my video. The same way your kids probably dissect small animals, and see if you can find any issues with what I said. So now here it says the NFL and lawyers blame, or the NFL and lawyers for former players blame the controversial practice on doctors. Notice how they blame the controversial practice on doctors, but they don't blame it on white culture and they don't blame it on racism. Do you guys notice that? That's what they see welfare as, Cameron. They just don't call it that. That's why they always try to paint black people as the main people who get all of the welfare. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, at first glance, Rick Cunt. Now, I hate to say this about this dude, but there's a lot of NFL coons. You know what I'm saying? And I guarantee you that this is an idiot who would get in front of a camera and say that racism doesn't exist after benefiting from this huge lawsuit that he's going to get because racism exists, just like Candace Owens. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just putting that out there. You know what I'm saying? Just putting that out there. You know what I'm saying? At first glance, Rick Cunningham looks almost as formidable at 54 as he did during his playing days. As the 6'7", 270-pound former offensive tackle led a visitor into his home recently, the only visible sign that 8 seasons in the National Football League influenced any lasting damage was Cunningham's deliberate gait, caused by chronic pain in the knees, surgically repaired 9 times, and hips that need replacing. Then Cunningham tried to speak. Thoughts form in his head, he explained, but he has trouble finding the words. Now, what that's called is a symptom called expressive aphasia. Okay? He stammered often, sometimes relying on his wife, Debbie, to translate. At one point, he gestured towards a pool table and explained in a bellboard meaning way that he couldn't remember what to call the wooden pole resting across it. So what I want you guys to understand is that white people think that this is the normal condition of a black brain. White people, the NFL, politicians, conservatives, they believe that this is the normal black condition. Clearly. Because if they didn't believe that, then they wouldn't be practicing like this and these lawsuits wouldn't exist. Now, white people want to sit there and say that racism doesn't exist, but racism does exist. You see, this lawsuit exists. You know what I'm saying? But again, there's nobody around who will touch these issues and also pay very close attention to how the white media talks about this issue. Well, it was the doctor's fault. Where did the doctors get their training from? I just showed you guys where the doctors got their training from. I just showed you guys where these guys get their training from. You know what I'm saying? It's a pool cue, hun, Debbie says as she gently held his arm. When the settlement in the landmark NFL class action concussion litigation was finalized in 2017, the league agreed to pay sums as high as $5 million to former players diagnosed with brain diseases linked to the sport. Cunningham seemed like a strong candidate for a quick payout. A doctor had first diagnosed him with an early level of dementia in 2015 when he was just 48. So now what you guys need to understand is that based on this race norming thing, white people believe that black people operate with a baseline demented brain. And the NFL just tried to smooth this right on past everybody. This is just normal. This is what I want you to understand. Like, this is just normal. If you're black, something's wrong with you. It's just normal. Like, just understand, it's just reality. And reality is not racist. It's just the facts. And facts aren't racist. This is just race realism. So we got to do something constructive for these black people, like have them running around the field like a bunch of idiots bumping into each other. Or, you know, we got to lock them up in jail because if we let them out in the street, they'll be committing all these crimes. It's just real. It's just the reality. See, the science, the pseudoscience that we came up with backs this up. See how that works? But mind you, these white people nowadays are so racist that they actually think that an NFL that operates this way is woke. They actually think that an NFL that operates this way is woke. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, but the firm hired by the NFL and the players' lawyers to oversee the settlement payouts denied Cunningham's first claim in 2018, citing a series of alleged problems with his diagnosis. His second claim was initially approved for a payment of about $700,000, but the firm decided to audit the case, demanded more records, and took nearly a year to review them before reapproving his payment in May of 2020. So now here's my question. Do you guys think that this young man from the Dolphins is going to have to fight through something like this in the future? And I got to agree with Ricky. If you guys agree with Ricky, give me a thumbs up. Most of these former black players glorify the NFL, just like how most black people glorify Jesus and the American political system. When Cunningham ordeal finally seemed to near an end last June, days before his payment was finalized, the NFL challenged his award. So it was the NFL that challenged his award. I want you guys to make sure that you understand that. It was the NFL that challenged his award. And I got to agree with Cameron. It was their escape from poverty. So they understand the psychology that if you're from that impoverished group of people, that you will be happy to get out of it. And it's a psychological thing. It's one of the reasons I tend to try not to just go after a lot of these people and call them coons, because there is brain damage there, but it's not the kind of brain damage that we're talking about in this live stream. It's white supremacist brain damage. Shout out to my man RG Titan. What up with it, bro? It's the long-term effects of white supremacy brain damage, programming, improper Pavlov's dog psychological experiments, positive and negative reinforcement, operant and classical conditioning. In its appeal, the NFL disputed Cunningham's diagnosis with an argument that in part referenced his race. This is woke, y'all. James asks a good question. He says, do you believe, like me, that desegregation was bad for us? Now, here's my thing, and I want to make sure that this is very clear. Everybody that watches my channel knows that I'm very liberal. You know what I'm saying? I'm all about dealing with other races, as long as black people understand the realities and importance of black empowerment and how we have to maintain power and control. You know what I'm saying? So, do I believe that desegregation was bad for us? I believe that desegregation in the United States was weaponized against black people. If there was no overarching white supremacist system and people just operated as normal human beings, I don't think that desegregation would be an issue for people. But the problem is that we have a corrupt group of people that are guiding it and a corrupt group of people who weaponize and benefit from it. And as a result of that, I do think that here in the United States, it's an issue. However, I think that one thing that was an issue with the desegregation, because when I look at these kind of situations, what I look at is that we have to be proactive. We have to be proactive against white supremacy. We can't be reactive against white supremacy. Many of the failures that occurred because of desegregation was because of just false pretenses that we were living under. We didn't really we tried to fit into American culture instead of trying to create boundaries for ourselves to maintain our own distinct cultural identity. And I don't think that like I don't really the reason why that happened is because of the white supremacist brainwashing that people got as a result of slavery. I don't think that at that point people were cooning. I think if you're a new civilization inside of a other civilization and you've been victimized and brutalized and the only thing that you've been exposed to is them and their culture, the resulting culture that you have is going to be somewhat derivative of that culture that you came from, which is one of the reasons why I say sadly when it comes to black people, a large portion of black culture is white supremacy. You know what I'm saying? As far as I'm concerned, there's no difference between white racial hatred and black self-hatred. It's just black people expressing it. And that is something that we have to work out of our culture as a result of white supremacy. That is all we knew. You know what I'm saying? So that's why like like when it comes to a lot of those things, like when I talk about this particular kind of things, I want to go in to drive home the point. But what people got to understand is that we've been the victims of an MK Ultra type issue here in the United States. And a lot of the damages is the psychological damage, our reasoning, our logic. A lot of times we make logical conclusions, but we make our logic as if we're a white person making that logic, and that doesn't work for us. And the reason is because of that cultural erasure. And if you don't understand the differences, you'll always fall victim to those differences. And as long as you have a propaganda apparatus out there that's constantly saying, we're all the same, we're all the same, we're all the same, we're not all the same. We don't have the same rights and privileges. You do have privilege, and there are issues that people like you and immigrants cause for people like us. So as a result of that, I don't think that integration was the best move. You know what I'm saying? I think that integrate if black people had a strong hold on economics and one thing that I don't understand why black people didn't do at that time was create a military, because white people were the biggest military threat back then as they are today. The January 6th thing is basically what white people would do to black neighborhoods. You know what I'm saying? Wilmington, North Carolina, Slocum, Texas, and all of those different places. You know what I'm saying? I think that black people should have put more focus on military and being able to protect their assets that they developed through these economic enclaves that people had created post slavery. You know what I'm saying? But for whatever reason, I don't understand why that didn't seem to be the focus. And in my opinion, that's a lot of why a lot of the issues happen. Because even if you lose a war, sometimes just the inconvenience of knowing the fight, like white people outnumbered black people in a lot of those situations. But if you got into a fight, right? Like, say, for instance, you get into a fight. If I'm fighting somebody who I know I can whoop their ass, I'm not really going to worry about it. But if I'm fighting somebody who I know that I can beat, but I know that that person has the ability to break a rib or two, they might break my nose, I might have a finger broke, like that fight is going to cost, like it's going to be a long, grueling fight. People will tend to divert from fighting that person, even if they know that they can beat that person up. If that person is going to get some good licks on you and you're not going to be able to fight for a while because that fight was so evenly matched, people are going to tend to say, oh, we'll figure out something else. So I think that there should have been a little bit more focus on that kind of thing. But you know what I'm saying? But again, this is hindsight, and hindsight is 2020. You know what I'm saying? Nobody can get inside of those people's heads and know how traumatic it was or the issues that they were facing immediately out of slavery. And even though as of now, we know a lot of history and we look back and critique these things, it's never the same unless you're the actual person in that situation. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, I do have a lot of critiques and I have a lot of opinions, but at the same time, I always try to take into consideration that these were people in a dire situation and they were doing what they were doing to survive. You know what I'm saying? Was it wrong? Was it right? Who's to say? You know what I'm saying? So that's how I feel about that. You know what I'm saying? So now, what I want people to understand about this is that the NFL is the ones that challenged his award. He only got awarded $700,000, and he got awarded $700,000 as a result of his injuries that he faced in the NFL, and the NFL didn't want to pay his reward. What do you guys think about that? It was the NFL who tried to take this stuff away. That's what the thing is. That's what's important. That's what people need to pay attention to. So now my question is, how can the NFL be woke if we're out here doing that? Make that make sense. So now here it says the doctor had failed. Look at this. The doctor had failed to apply the appropriate racial corrections, the league argued. Now, remember, the league argued this. I want everybody to make sure that they understand. The league argued this. Let me ask you guys this question. What are racial corrections? What are racial corrections, guys? Now, do you see? Now, I know that it took a long time in the beginning, but I felt that in the beginning is important for people to understand the background of how that leads into this. Do you guys see the connection now? And then again, you have to ask yourself, well, why is it that a lot of these news outlets that are reporting this are not talking about the quote NFL racial quote unquote corrections? What do they mean, racial correction? No, this is what they mean. So that's my question for you guys. What is a racial correction? That's what I need to know from you guys. What's a racial correction? Help me out with that. The doctor had failed to apply the appropriate racial corrections, the league argued, to scores on several tests of Cunningham's cognitive function, a practice known in neuropsychology as race norming. Neuropsychology, race norming, scientific racism. Scientific racism. How does racism affect anybody alive today? Well, you can go right to the NFL. That's how. What is race norming? This is what I need everybody to answer for me in the comment section. And if you're watching this video on the replay, make sure you guys leave a comment and answer this question for me as well. What is race norming? This is what we need to know. This is what we need to find out. What is race norming? We got to get to the bottom of this. The doctor had failed to apply appropriate racial corrections, the league argued, to scores on several tests of Cunningham's cognitive function, a practice known in neuropsychology as race norming. The doctor had curved some of Cunningham's scores as if he were white. Had the doctor applied African-American normative corrections, the NFL's lawyers argued, Cunningham would not have qualified for a payment. What does that mean? These aren't my words. These are the words of the NFL. Where's Officer Tatum's video about this? Where's any of these conservatives that have any of these issues about the NFL? Where is their videos about this? Just in case anybody's curious about my history with this topic, anybody that's been a long-term viewer of my content like Robb and like DJ Elmo, they can tell you this is about my third video about this. So I want to make sure that we get this. The doctor had failed to apply appropriate racial corrections, the league argued, to scores on several tests of Cunningham's cognitive function, a practice in neuropsychology known as race norming. The doctor had curved some of Cunningham's scores as if he were white. So what that basically means is that he's assuming that the concussion affected his brain. Oh, but we're not dealing with a white person. We're dealing with a black person, which means that he's baseline an idiot. So we shouldn't have applied white corrections. It should have been corrected for an African American, which would have set the normal IQ as lower, meaning that the concussion didn't affect him, meaning that there's no payout due. And they said it out loud. Facts, James. Exactly, Carla. He would have scored so low as to say it was a pre-existing condition. So now my thing is, where are the people who say that white people don't inherently believe this? This is company policy in the NFL. I mean, they said this out loud. And again, not only is it company policy of the NFL, remember, it came from science. And if you guys remember from the white supremacist playbook that we read, the science is used to back social policy, which means that when it comes to a corporation, science will be used to make corporate policy. You see how that works? So now here it says in June, the NFL pledged to eliminate race norming from the settlement payout process, an issue first brought to the public's attention last August by a lawsuit filed by two former players. This was going on up until last August. How many people knew about it? But remember, racism doesn't affect anybody that's alive today. And remember, if you're an athlete, you must not be dealing with racism because your paycheck is so high. If you're an athlete and you're making millions of dollars a year, you're not dealing with racism. Despite the fact that, you know, your scores haven't been adjusted for African American. This is the same principle as affirmative action. You're too dumb to get a job, so white people have to help you. Oh, but wait a minute. We're going to make it so that it benefits white women. So now here's my question. You would think that as a result, exactly, shut up and dribble like Ingram says. Now, you would think that as a result of the outrage of this injury, by this young man on the Miami Dolphins, this would be talked about. This would be brought back up. But for some reason, we're just not going to talk about it. We're just not going to talk about it. Shout out to my man, Michael R. Yeah, you guys should share this video out. You know what I'm saying? Tweet it. Tag them guys in it. You know what I'm saying? Because people need to know about this. And my question is, how is this going to affect Tua? And is this part of the reason why he was back on the field playing? Absolutely, Carla. If you guys agree with Carla, give me a thumbs up. Now, what you should do, Carla, is write an essay about that. And that could be our first, you know what I'm saying? That could be the first publication of the Black supremacist think tank. That could be the first publication of the Black supremacist think tank. We get some chains with medallions, you know what I'm saying? Buy them from Master P. It has No Limit Soldier, except for we had an army tank on there, and we'd take off No Limit and put Black supremacist and then think on the bumper of the tank. What do you think about that? With ice, diamonds, you know what I'm saying? Them VVS's all over the chain. What do you think? VVS is shining like a crisscross. Oh, shit. So now here says Chris Seeger, the lead lawyer for about 20,000 former players, publicly apologized for not acting sooner, and he vowed to fight the NFL to ensure payment for every player whose claim was unfairly reduced, delayed, or denied because of race norming. Now, again, the reason why I brought this up is because this practice of race norming goes all the way back to scientific racism. And that's why I did that whole hour-long intro to this, because now you see how it all fits together. And this is real. And this is something that they'll deny. And if you pay very close attention to it, that is why the white media is not talking about racism in terms of this issue right here. Because my question is, aside from Tua, how many other people do you all think suffered this kind of injury, this kind of issue, this kind of misevaluation? Do you think it was just him, or do you think it's a lot? I mean, clearly there's a lot of people that deal with these post-NFL cognitive issues. You know what I'm saying? And I agree with Ricky. They're still underpaid. So now here it says, in court filings and public statements, both the NFL and Seeger have insisted doctors make the decision on whether to race norm players' test scores. All right. In court filings and public statements, both NFL and Seeger have insisted that doctors make the decision on whether to race norm players' test scores. So now this is the medical system as well as the NFL's fault, because the NFL doesn't have to accept doctors that use race norming, and doctors get race norming from the old school race science that created public policy for white supremacy for the entire world. But remember, we got to keep asking that question. We got to ask the question that white people constantly ask. How does racism affect anybody that's alive today? Now, let me ask you guys a question. Any of these people in the NFL alive today? Any of these people in the NFL alive today? That's how it affects them. NFL defendants do not make the decision as to whether racial normative adjustments are used. The league's attorney, Brad Karp, wrote in a court filing in November. So now when they get caught, they want to just move. They want to move away from this. We didn't have anything to do with this. Shout out to Shatera. What up with it, Shatera? We didn't have anything to do with this. NFL defendants do not make the decision as to whether racial normative adjustments are used. The league's attorney, Brad Karp, wrote in a court filing in November. And now I'm not trying to be funny, but shout out to Bad Girls Gone Worse. Brittany Renner actually talked about this in the book about why it's easy to get paid off of dumb athletes. So Brittany Renner is race norming her baby daddies, just like a lot of these IG models and a lot of these bad girls going worse are. But what I find fascinating is that the male content creators do not talk about that. It was definitely not required. I don't know why doctors would even think it's appropriate, Seeger told ABC in June. And if you don't know why doctors think it's appropriate, then you have to question, well, why did the NFL accept doctors using that practice? The NFL had to think that something was correct about it. They had to think that something was correct about it. But the NFL and Seeger are responsible for building a settlement claim process that guaranteed race norming would occur, making it more difficult for some black former players to qualify for payments, and they failed to act on concerns that the practice was discriminating against black former players as far back as 2019, a Washington Post investigation has found. But remember, guys, this doesn't happen. Cameron says he thinks Kevin Samuels smashed Brittany Renner. If you guys think Kevin Samuels smashed Brittany Renner, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't think that Kevin Samuels smashed Brittany Renner, give me a thumbs down. I don't know. I don't know about that one. Honestly, I don't think Kevin Samuels would have really been interested in smashing Brittany Renner. I think Deion Sanders may have. You know what I'm saying? he took her shopping. It ain't tricking if you got it. He bought her a bag. What kind of bag? Was it a Gucci bag that cost like $9,000? I didn't know all that. I know they was sitting on the couch in that studio that looked like where Morpheus and Neo had a lot of heart-to-heart conversations about the Matrix. But I don't know too much else. He bought her a Coach bag. Sometimes you can get Coach bags on the low. You can get them cheap. You know what I'm saying? You can get sometimes you can get them Coach bags cheap. They got like a little rewards program and shit. That's all he did was bought the bag. So I mean, technically, she got the bag from him. So you know what I'm saying? I mean, technically, he did that. You know what I'm saying? Oh man. Kevin Samuels a wild dude, man. Cameron said he would have taken her to the outlet. I wouldn't have taken her ass nowhere. Shit. All right, here go the interview. Bye. It's your crazy ass. You know what I'm saying? You ain't about to be putting on cat outfit and snarling and making weird ass Instagram videos around. You know what I'm saying? We here for this business. Have a nice night. Yeah, I think Deion did. You know what I'm saying? I think Deion did. I think Deion did. I don't know why I think that. I just think that he did. You know what I'm saying? Deion probably ain't even tried to neither. Like Deion just probably was just chilling, and you know what I'm saying. She was on some other shit. And he said, "Oh shit, well, fuck it." You know what I'm saying? Just, you know what I'm saying. All right, you want to talk to my players real quick? Get them together for me, and out the door you go. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. I don't know. This story is based on a review of thousands of pages of confidential records from 12 players whose families and lawyers believe race norming affected their cases, and on interviews with more than 30 doctors and lawyers with knowledge of the settlement, as well as several independent experts in neuropsychology. These are the Post's findings, all right? Experts hired by the NFL and Seeger created a battery of tests and confidential guidebooks for doctors evaluating former players that left doctors with no option other than to use race-based norms. So now we know, based on this Washington Post investigation, that experts hired by the NFL and Seeger created tests and a confidential guidebook for doctors evaluating these players that left the doctors with no choice. So while they're sitting here trying to blame it on the doctors, the NFL deadlocked the doctors into using it. What do you guys think about that? The guidebook directed doctors to use scoring systems that require race norming scores on several tests. So now here's my question for you guys. If we know that the NFL moves like this, if this is how we know that the NFL moves, what is your expectation on how the concussion will be treated for this guy that just got injured? While white people sit there and continue to say that the NFL is woke, just don't forget that. No, ain't nothing wrong with Coach, bro. And there's nothing wrong with Coach at all. You know what I'm saying? I just, you can get Coach bags they're expensive, but you can find some deals. You can get some good deals on them bad boys if you know where to look and if you know how to shop. You know what I'm saying? In a memo written this year and reviewed by the Post, one doctor who evaluated players wrote that the guidebook dictates the use of race-based norms on several tests. And again, this is coming directly from the NFL. This is coming directly from the NFL. Okay. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys haven't smashed the like button, please take a moment. Make sure that you smash the like button. Also, if you're not subscribed to the channel, go ahead and please make sure that you take a moment and smash that bell icon twice. All right. Brown Greer, the law firm hired by the NFL and Seeger to oversee settlement payouts, repeatedly issued rulings that reinforced the race norming practice, including 7 denied dementia claims reviewed by the Post, in which the firm specifically cited a failure to use the correct race-based norms in the denial. So now, what are the race-based norms? That's my question. What are the race-based norms? So now every time you hear a white person cry about the NFL and call the NFL woke, people need to side eye him. What are you talking about? You talking about the race norming? The NFL operates exactly the way white people feel that the NFL and the world should operate. Again, that's just them trolling at this point. That's just them trolling at this point. That is why it is so important to understand the history of these kind of things. Because if people don't understand the history of this kind of thing, then people would just sit there and be like, well, why is this happening? Why is this happening to me? Well, I mean, it's happening to you because they have policies meant to not correct the damage that you incurred being a part of their business. And then they'll sit there and tell you, pull yourself up by the bootstraps. Nobody else is complaining. Now, pay very close attention to how immigrant black athletes stay quiet about this. And that's because when you come from deplorable conditions like what they've allowed in most of their countries, anything seems like a better deal. So now here it says, as early as May 2009 or 2019, Seeger and the NFL's lawyers were made aware race norming was contributing to the denials and that the practice might be discriminating against black former players. Now pay very close attention to how the Washington Post says that it might be discriminating against black former players. It might be. Bitch, I might be. Bitch, I might be. Really? Is that what we're going with? Let me ask you guys a question. Is this definitively discriminating against black people? If it is, give me a thumbs up. If it's not, give me a thumbs down. James says, so why do the NFL white players stay quiet? One reason why NFL white players stay quiet is probably because they don't give a shit. Two is because they probably get their payouts, because if it's shown that white people allegedly have a higher operating IQ than black people, then the chances of a concussion showing damage using this kind of pseudo-scientific logic, it would show a larger gap between pre and post injury for white people. So they're always getting their payouts. As far as black people goes, nobody gives a fuck about what black people say, even if you show evidence. And if you bring up historic racism, it's simply woke, because that and sunlight really affect white people in a negative way. You know what I'm saying? So those are the reasons, in my opinion, why white people don't say too much about that. Now, what I find fascinating is I guarantee you that his white wife said something about it. I guarantee you that. So, and another reason why I don't think that white people say anything about it is because, like we talked about in the beginning, they understand the issue with the economics. So if this is something that's providing economic repair, then they know it's going to be a future issue. And it could be an overreaching issue in the league, Shatera. If we got any moderators in here, if somebody could zap that bot, because bots only seem to come into black live streams and leave comments on black videos, that'd be great. Like, this is on subscriber only, and somehow it got bots. You know what I'm saying? That's why on Blacklight Revelations 1, when I'm able to start doing regular streams on Blacklight Revelations 1, I think I'm only going to be doing members only streams on there. Because you cannot not do streams and get this kind of nonsense. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, look at that. Look at that. I've never seen the NFL bots. I've seen the ones that spam for the porn sites, but I've never seen NFL bots. Like, really? Like, that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Have you guys ever seen this? Is something new for me. Oh well, get them out of here anyway. That now, if they want to spam, you know what I'm saying, they're gonna have to buy a membership. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna have to buy a membership if they want to spam on the other channel. That month, a lawyer representing one player in a document sent to both NFL lawyers and Seeger wrote that race norming violated the civil rights of black players because the practice makes it harder for blacks to qualify for the settlement than whites and is discriminatory on its face. The league and lawyer for the players didn't agree to remove the practice for another 2 years. So now understand that the lawyers for the players, these were the players' lawyers, and they didn't agree to remove the practice for another 2 years. And now they claim that the practice is ignored, but I don't believe that the practice I don't believe that the practice has been removed. What I believe is that the practice is just taking a different form. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys haven't smashed the like button, please take a moment, smash the like button, help your boy out. So now here it says NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell and Karp, chairman of international law firm Paul Weiss, declined interview requests. So now pay very close attention. And this is what I want you guys to pay very close attention to. Every time these people deny answering questions, or every time these people deny an interview, make sure you keep note of it. And we have to ask ourselves this question: why is it that they won't answer the questions? Shout out to my man Crypto Key. What up with it, bro? Why won't they answer the questions? Just a couple questions. In written statements responding to a list of findings and questions from the Post, Karp insisted the decision to race norm was ultimately made by doctors on a case-by-case basis. So if we're going to say that the decision to race norm was ultimately made by doctors on a case-by-case basis, what cases do you all think that race norming was applied to? That's the question. On what cases do you think that the race norming was applied to? Was it applied to everybody, or was it only applied to specific ones? And if it was only applied to specific ones, who were the ones that it was applied to? That's the question. Let me guys know what you think. Doctors who think that the practice was universally required are wrong, Karp wrote, and doctors had the freedom to score black players as if they were white. What does that mean, score black players as if they were white? Don't they mean to score players as players? So again, what we're doing is we're making, quote, white the norm, when again, the entire being of white is not the norm. Shout out to my man Red Raven Rucker. What up with it, bro? Karen said, didn't the feds cut you off yesterday? Now the NFL got bots in the street. I know, right? The NFL big mad. They stay mad. Let them be mad. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna have to make a black light. Well, shout out to my man Bronze the God. There's supposed to be a Black Light Sports Network, but we're gonna have to make the Black Light Sports Network to get them really mad. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Desmond Peoples. What up with it, bro? But he also continued to defend the practice of race norming and disputed claims made by former players, their lawyers, and some members of Congress that the practice is discriminatory. So again, you literally have white people saying that this is not discriminatory. And if white people are saying that this is not discriminatory, then what that means is that white people at their baseline believe that black people are dumb. So I got to ask you guys a question. I'm glad we got about 30 people in here. Shout out to everybody that's in here. So you guys already know I got the channel Tales from the Cryptocurrency. But a lot of times it's difficult for me to post on that channel because there's just so much news stuff that I want to try to talk about. So I have all these Tales from the Cryptocurrency streams that I want to do that I just haven't got a chance to do, and a lot of them are outdated. So what I was thinking about is I'm gonna still try to post on Tales from the Cryptocurrency as often that I can, but I'm gonna start doing like a cryptocurrency / financial segment on this channel and on Blacklight Revelations 1 as well. My question for you guys is, would you guys be interested in that? So I'm going to still do Tales from the Cryptocurrency. I'm still going to do Oil and Gold Railroad, but it's just going to be so that I can get the information while it's current. I'm going to try to just put some of those up on this channel and on Blacklight Revelations 1 because it'll be quicker. So if you guys watch that, if that be something cool, give me a thumbs up. If you guys wouldn't, give me a thumbs down. I used to do Tales from the Cryptocurrency on this channel, but as the channel started to grow and I started to like reorganize things, I made it its own channel. So let me know if that's something that y'all would be interested in. So now here it says race norms are being removed from the settlement program, not because they have been found to make it harder for Black individuals to qualify for benefits, but because the NFL believes the neuropsychological community can do better, Karp wrote. So again, what we have here is, again, white people literally just attempting to circumvent their own racism and blame it on something else. So that's what you need. I want everybody to make sure that they understand that. Oh yeah, we definitely gonna do Tales from the Cryptocurrency about XRP. XRP made me a lot of money back in the day. I bought a ton of XRP at 25 cents, and I want to say like in the summer of 2017, it went up to about $4.25. You know what I'm saying? So just so we understand this, the NFL did not remove race norming because the NFL saw nothing racist about race norming. Which should tell you something right there. You don't see anything racist about this? There's nothing racist about race norming? Okay. Okay. Seeger, who has given 2 lengthy interviews in recent weeks about race norming, also declined an interview request. Again, so now why are we declining interview requests? I'm just not going to talk about this. Shout out to my man AB Promotion. Cryptocurrency channel is critical. Yeah, I agree. And shout out to AB Promotions. He's always there. Anytime I do a Tales from the Cryptocurrency stream, he's always there. And so is Carla, you know what I'm saying? And DJ Elmo and Val. Most of everybody that's in here is always in there. I just haven't had a chance to do one. All I need is for Shiba to go to $1 and I'm good. Y'all will never hear from or see me ever again. Y'all got plenty of content y'all could look at. You know what I'm saying? Y'all never hear from me or see me again. You know what I'm saying? In statements to the Post, he pointed out that some Black former players have qualified for payouts even though their doctors didn't use race norms. So that mean, what does that mean exactly? What does that mean? This argument is the same stupid shit that white people say when they say even during slavery there were some Black people who weren't slaves and owned slaves. What does that have to do with the fact that white people made the rules? So if Black people owned slaves during slavery, all that means is that Black people were operating under the laws that white people set up for white society. That's no different than driving a speed limit. So that takes care of that nonsense right there. What I'm telling you is coming up with logical arguments is not these people's strong point because the entire system is based on logical fallacy. It's based on low IQ excuses in order to give people an unfair start in life. White supremacy is one of the biggest welfare programs ever created. Why they sit there and talk about everybody else on welfare. Where the process did affect claims. Seeger maintained the doctors are to blame. So again, this is what you see. It's the same thing that you see with cops. Now we're going to just start throwing each other under the bus. Separately, he accused the NFL of trying to make race norming a requirement of the settlement. So again, this is what you see. Now they're all scrambling. Well, it was his fault. 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 No, it's all of your faults. Well, the Democrats were the ones that owned slaves, and the Republicans fought for the slaves. Fuck out of here. What does slavery have to do with the benefit of earning white privilege from white supremacy? Yeah, shout out to Brett Favre. Facts. That motherfucker has a literal shit-eating grin. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry for the pain that this has caused black former players and their families. Now, what white people will do with this statement is like, what about all the players? 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 That's literally how this works. You said if Shib hits a penny, you Gucci. If Shib hits a penny, you Gucci. Like this. Hey. If Shib hits a Gucci, or if Shib hits a penny, you like this. Gucci print revelations, y'all. You know what I'm saying? While we have fought back against the NFL's efforts to mandate the use of race norms, we failed to appreciate the frequency in which some neuropsychologists were inappropriately applying these adjustments, Seeger said. Where they said inappropriately applying these adjustments. Here's my question. Where is there an appropriate place to apply these adjustments? I'm getting a Gucci Tesla truck, facts. And a Bape jacket with a bipolar face on it. I'm about to make Black Light Revelations printed shit with a bunch of radiation and biohazard symbols on it. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm about to do. Ultimately, this settlement only works if former players believe in it, and my goal is to regain their trust and ensure the NFL is held to account. Notice how that's what the purpose is, and the purpose is not to deal with the racism in the NFL. Just know that. So now I got to ask this question to you guys. Why is it to not deal with the racism of the NFL? Why is it that we're not going to deal with that? That's my question. What do you guys think? That's just not true, said Charles Golden, a neuropsychologist and professor of psychology at Nova Southeastern University in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Whenever you didn't race norm and it made a difference and the player qualified, they, Brown Greer, and the NFL went after you. The four other doctors who supported Golden's assessment spoke on the condition of anonymity, citing confidentiality agreements. So as you guys can see, it was the NFL who went after the neuropsychologists to make them use this practice. It was the NFL who went after them to make them use this practice. Orrin Brown, founding partner of Brown Greer, declined an interview again or request to answer any question. I'm not going to answer any of these questions, citing the confidentiality requirements of the statement. Okay, well, why don't you let us see the confidentiality requirements of the statement, and we'll ask you questions that don't fall under that part of the of the agreement. See how that works? What do you guys think about this? In a statement, he also asserted that the settlement did not require application of the full demographic corrections. We hope this matter is resolved in the near future to the satisfaction of all concerned. When it is, we will apply faithfully and impartially the evaluation criteria we are directed to follow, as we do in every program we administer, Brown wrote. Seeger and the NFL have publicly defended the settlement by emphasizing how much money has been awarded, more than $860 million to more than 1,200 former players and their families since 2017. Again, all money ain't good money. This is one of the ways that they use money to attempt to justify wrongdoing. Facts. If you guys agree with Cameron, give me a thumbs up. Cameron says, so nothing changed, just like nothing ever does change. We'll just pay some money to make it look like we did a good deed and go right back to business. That's what we're going to do. These totals, however, say nothing about the number of denials of claims for the one diagnosis most likely to be affected by race norming, dementia. So again, remember, race norming is normalizing brain activity by race. And white people believe that black people operate with a baseline dementia. Exactly. How can you enjoy the money with your brain scrambles? Well, as long as you're spending it at white businesses, they don't care. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you guys show some love and drop some nukes for my man Desmond Peebles, who just joined the membership. Remember, guys, if you guys enjoy the content, the membership is only 99 cents. You know what I'm saying? And we're building up that membership. We almost have enough to where I can start doing members only streams on this channel as well. You know what I'm saying? So shout out. Definitely appreciate Desmond Peoples becoming a member. Make sure you guys show some love. Drop that man some radiation emojis and welcome him to the green team. You know what I'm saying? Welcome him to the green team. Tara said, dear brother Desmond, you know what I'm saying? Facts. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate it, bro. So now here it says more than 1,000 former NFL players have submitted dementia claims that have been denied, court records show. It's unknown how many were affected by race norming, as the precise racial makeup of the players who are eligible to file claims. But black players typically comprise 50 to 70% of the league's active rosters in recent years, according to surveys and news reports. So now pay very close attention. They could get the data to figure all of this out, right? It wouldn't be difficult to get the data and figure all of this out. This is easy stuff to figure out. But we're going to act like we don't have, we don't have the information. What sounds a lot like HR 40, doesn't it? I mean, all you got to do is just look at team rosters, line those up with the team posters. And I mean, we got plenty of accessory information. I mean, we can just get back orders of Sports Illustrated and, you know what I'm saying, watch old videos of the NFL draft. We can figure all of this stuff out. But we just don't have the information. If we don't have the information about the NFL, I mean, and we don't have the information about anything. Facts. My man DJ almost says this race norming goes beyond the NFL. It happens to black people in the medical field, like hospitals. The book Medical Apartheid by Harriet Washington is a good read. And I agree 100%. If you guys agree with DJ Elmo, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree with DJ Elmo, give me a thumbs down. That's facts. I mean, Revelations about race norming have drawn fierce blowback from players and advocates, some of whom have made comparisons to eugenics and other racist pseudoscience and social science leveraged against minority groups throughout history. And that right there is the reason why I did that hour-long monologue in the beginning, to set the tone for what we're talking about right now. So I know that this stream is long, but make sure that if you haven't watched the beginning, you watch the beginning. It's extremely important. Okay. The controversy comes at an uncomfortable time in the NFL, which has been working to rehabilitate its public image of race issues after its handling of activist Colin Kaepernick amid struggles to improve diversity among its head coach hirings. So again, shout out, everybody drop some radiation emoji for my man Cameron, because Cameron has been mentioning all throughout this live stream, ask Colin Kaepernick if the NFL is woke. And Colin Kaepernick is a mixed dude who grew up with a white family. Shout out to my man Mike Mellis John. What up with it, bro? B1. So now my thing is, I put these live streams together, and what I always want is somebody to come and debunk what I'm saying. And the thing is that you will never see anybody debunk anything that I'm saying. You won't see it. What you'll see is a bunch of what you see already. People just not wanting to address questions. I'm just not going to answer this. I'm not taking questions at this time. No, it doesn't mean, just because you're not taking questions at this time doesn't mean we're not going to keep asking questions. We're going to keep asking questions until you get pissed. And then once they get pissed, then they always answer the questions. Facts, Solo, they can't. Which is one of the reasons why you will always see them talk away from this kind of topic. If we're going to address this, we're going to figure out our nonsensical narrative that we're going to have, and we're going to move away from the actual factual issues. Facts. Number one move in their playbook, deflect, which is cool. Let's take their deflections and deal with those, because even the deflections are based in nonsense. Facts, James. And that right there is the reason why world domination is the only solution. Because what that shows is, if the only way that they can communicate is through deflection, there's no point in communication at all. We just have to do what we have to do. We just have to do what we have to do. So now here it says the NFL should be ashamed of itself, says Cunningham. And now if the NFL should be ashamed of itself, then white people should be ashamed of itself, because again, NFL wasn't doing anything other than using white public policy. That's all the NFL was doing. NFL was doing nothing more than just utilizing popular white mainstream beliefs. That's it. No more, no less. You know what I'm saying? Said Cunningham, who is tentatively scheduled to receive his payment this summer, 4 years after he first applied. But the response among former players has also highlighted hostility towards Seeger, whose firm, Seeger Weiss, has collected more than $60 million for its role in negotiating the settlement and managing the claims process, according to court records. So pay very close attention. Seeger, the firm who actually helped to conduct this race norming nonsense, still made $60 million for its role in negotiating. So there was no punishment for Seeger. There was no punishment for Seeger. There's only reward. There's only reward for anti-black racism when it comes to the United States. There's only punishment for attempted black empowerment. But there's no There's only reward when it comes to anti-black racism, as you guys can see. No doubt, James. We appreciate you being here, bro. And this is why it's important. This is why it's important to understand all of this. When complaints about race norming arose last August, Seeger initially said he was aware of no evidence the practice had resulted in claims wrongly denied. I mean, if you're saying that there's a difference in these brains based on race, that's clearly racism. So just using the practice would show that there's issues. But he saw nothing wrong with that. So now again, here we go. We're talking in circles. This isn't a settlement. Nobody is just getting paid money here. They are literally putting these guys through the ringer, said Jason Lakasovic, Cunningham's lawyer, who in 2011 filed the lawsuits against the NFL, which snowballed into class action litigation. To think that just because they're going to fix the race norming issue, every former NFL player dealing with brain damage will get a handout, that's just not going to happen. And again, handout. You see how they're looking at this as a handout. These former black NFL players just want a handout. Anytime black people want restitution for something that was wrongly done against them, it's a handout. So anytime white people use handout language against you, just understand that what they're saying is that it should be a normalized practice to hurt you, and that something's wrong with you if you expect to be paid back for damages that you incurred dealing with them. How dare you think we owe you anything for harming you? Something's wrong with your brain. Again, that whole runaway slave syndrome. That is the baseline. And if it's not the baseline, then why was it written into NFL policy? That's still happening today. White people think that if you work at a job and you get a paycheck, that paycheck is a handout. Any money going into a black person's hand, earned or unearned, white people see as a handout because they believe that you are property, and property is not supposed to get a paycheck. Property cannot earn money for anyone other than its owner. Again, the Emancipation Proclamation, a property release, which is exactly what it was, which is the reason why black people didn't have any rights, because it was a release of custody of property in legal terms. This isn't just a settlement. Nobody is just getting paid money here. They are literally putting these guys through the ringer, said Jason Lakasovic, which this guy is clearly a white guy with his last name, is a Slavic last name. Cunningham's lawyer, who filed in 2011, filed the first lawsuits against the NFL, which snowballed into the class action litigation. To think just because they're going to fix the race norming issue, every former NFL player dealing with brain damage will get a handout, that's just not going to happen. So you see, even this lawyer that these people had, he actually showed what goes on in the brains. That's why he said it that way. Shout out to my man Ed Berry. What's up with it, bro? And facts, they did get reparations for losing their slaves. Facts. So now here, why race norming happens. I want to ask you guys this. I want to know what you guys think about this in the comment section. Why does race norming happen? Why did race norming happen? Why does race norming happen? Anybody have any ideas? Anybody have any thoughts why this particular thing occurs? Why does race norming happen? Why did race norming happen? I think that's a good question. I think that's a fair question. I think that's a question that we should look at. Because what we have to understand is that if we ask about this practice, white people will say that it doesn't happen. So my question for you guys is, why does it happen? Race norming is in part rooted in a foundational principle of neuropsychology. You see that? in a foundational principle of neuropsychology. So right off the rip, it comes right out of medical racism, which again, there's no such thing. And if you're talking about this, you're just woke. Okay, I heard you say that I'm just woke. Now let me hear you explain this. Because do you have a problem with it existing, or do you have a problem with me talking about it? We all know that white people don't have a problem with this existing. They have a problem with us talking about it. Doctors need to consider a patient's background when determining if that patient is suffering from a brain injury or disease. So just as long as everybody understands that, like, this is what these people believe. You know what I'm saying? The results of a concussion, they do nothing to black people because you don't have a functional brain because you're black. And if you have an issue with that, you're woke. You're an anti-white, anti-racist, according to white people, according to Ben Shapiro, according to Matt Walsh, according to Tucker Carlson, according to Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Rand Paul, Ron DeSantis, the Manhattan Institute, Candace Owens, Officer Tatum, Trump, Biden. Normal cognitive test scores for a healthy 85-year-old would register as impaired for a healthy 25-year-old. College graduates typically perform better on many tests of cognition than high school dropouts. Before deciding if a patient's test scores are normal or concerning, neuropsychologists usually apply adjustments or norms to see where those scores rank that patient in a demographically similar population. To do this, they take a raw test score, the actual number of questions a patient got right, convert it to a T-score, which reflects how the person's performance compares with demographic peers. Race has commonly been used in those adjustments since the 1990s, after several published papers found some minorities, including African Americans, performed worse on many common tests of cognitions than white Americans. Now, remember, this has occurred since tests that took place in the 1990s. But again, you have white people acting confused as if, how does racism affect anybody that's alive today? Facts, Cameron. A black person will win the lottery, and Candace Owens will say that's not fair to white people. Experts who defend race norming say that the practice was intended to prevent doctors from misdiagnosing brain injury or disease in healthy black people. Again, because they think that black people are just so stupid, a normal black brain has some cognitive defect. So again, I want you to pay very close attention to how freely these white people are talking about black cognition. And I want people to tell me how this is not the baseline norm. And why these people feel they don't need to be held accountable. And I also want to understand why this new intellectual class of black idiots, these young generation X, Y, Z, and millennial dorks, I want to know why they don't have anything to say about this in their content. That's what I want to know. So now here it says it helps account for biases in the tests themselves, some of which were developed decades ago by mostly white doctors conducting research on mostly middle-class white populations. Robert K. Heaton, professor of psychology at University of California, San Diego, collected one of the more widely used normative data sets for many common cognitive tests, and his work plays a prominent role in the NFL case. So what you have to understand is that these white doctors are white racists attempting to substantiate racism and push it through public policy, which is one of the reasons why it's important for black people to come up with think tanks. We can conduct the test right here, AB Promotion. How well do white supremacist trolls do in here? If they're so smart, prove me wrong about anything that I say. You know what I'm saying? He declined to be interviewed, but defended the use of race norms in emails to the Post. There are lots of background differences that may explain these differences in test performance between white and black people, including stress levels, access to food, healthcare, and education, he wrote. But these are extremely difficult to measure and quantify and correct for. Actually, they're not. The U.S. Census has all of that data available to it. Now, pay very close attention. As soon as these racist scientists get their skirts pulled up, the very first thing that happens is they try to say that they're making these this distinguishing information for the betterment of the minority. What we have to do is show how minorities are negatively impacted. The fuck out of here. You're using this information to try to show how minorities are negatively impacted, while this very science negatively impacts minorities. Facts, Solo T. They can never defend their position because they don't have one. They don't have one. So now here it says other experts have expressed concerns about race norming in medical journals. However, and noted that there are situations such as litigations where it puts minorities at a disadvantage from obtaining a benefit. So again, when you have white people talking about affirmative action, for some reason, they forget to talk about this. Facts, James. Absolutely. If you guys agree with James, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree with James, give me a thumbs down. And that's why we have to roast these people. These people need to be roasted to the point where they have no credibility. We need to make examples of anybody like those people. What's that lady's name? Winsome Sears, the one that you're talking about, James, in Virginia. They need to be roasted out of relevance, and they need to have their faces graffitied on every single wall so that people know the consequences of being a piece of shit like that. A constant reminder. Anytime you think about being a piece of shit like that, you look and see somebody's guts up on the wall. I guarantee you people will think twice about doing it. So now here it says some normative data is outdated, experts have pointed out, and fails to accurately reflect an increasing diverse U.S. population. And again, when it comes to diversity and white people's definition of it, that's just white people with tans. That's just white people with tans and black sellouts. Yeah, they need to be completely decredentialized and completely turned into irrelevant and erroneous humans. Made examples of, walking reminders of why people should never behave like that ever again. Especially people like Winsome Sears. Especially people like Candace Owens, Officer Tatum. You saw what happened to Jonathan Price. That's one of the reasons why the white media is not going to cover that Jonathan Price case really well. Because people will be like, oh, there's not really a benefit to being a coon. The police will still kill you. Well, we can't have people figuring that out, because if that's the case, we just realize there's no benefit to being a coon. So may as well just not be a coon. No, we need our coons. Coons are one of the most important weapons that white supremacy has. Sadly, other black people against black people are one of the most important weapons that white people have. So black people making themselves available to be used like that need to be ideologically destroyed. You guys remember Vlad the Impaler? If you guys heard the stories about Vlad the Impaler, the alleged Romanian guy who became Count Dracula, in front of his palace, there was poles where he impaled his victims that led up to his palace. So when people thought about attacking him, they saw those bodies sliding down those poles on the way into the castle. I'm not saying that people need to go around and impale coons. Don't do that. You didn't get that idea from me. But what I'm saying is that visual, that deterrent, there needs to be some kind of deterrent like that from being a coon. Otherwise, you just had these young wireframe glasses wearing morons that think that they come up with some kind of brilliant idea, sitting around telling other black people about how stupid other black people is and how there's nothing wrong with this and that this is just woke. This is just me not being accountable. Yeah, that's true, Cameron, if you think about it. Which I'd rather not. One of Heaton's most commonly used data sets, for example, was last updated in 2004 and only collected test results for African Americans and Caucasians. In an email, Heaton explained that he lacked research funding at the time to collect data for other racial and ethnic groups. So again, this is something that he patched together because he was broke. I can see where people are coming from who say that this was done with good intentions because there is a history of overdiagnosing, overpathologizing, and disenfranchising minorities in this country, said Kristen Dams O'Connor, neuropsychologist and director of Brain Injury Research Center of Mount Sinai. But she said, race is a terrible proxy for the things that actually matter. It's a huge simplification. And I disagree with that. I understand where she's coming from, and I think that the intentions of what she was trying to say was something to correct this kind of thing, but I disagree with that. Race is not an simplification, especially when you see how white people have benefited from racism and white supremacy. It's definitely not. White people have benefited from racism and white supremacy to the point where it's created economic advantages, geographical advantages, all kind of different advantages that they didn't earn. So no, I don't agree with that. Anytime you take race out of a conversation, it allows white people to easily slither out of that position of being the people who created and benefited from this. And not only does, in order to prove this undeniably, focusing on black trauma is not the way to go about it. Now, there's people that disagree with me on that. To me, it's easier to show how white people have tricked the world with racism if you show the benefit financially that white racism has provided for white people than it is for you to show black trauma. Anytime you talk about black trauma, people are always just going to say it's black people being emotional. We can itemize white financial advantage that was created through racism and white supremacy. And as a result of being able to itemize it and show it on a balance sheet, that makes it undeniable. I don't like to leave room for any negotiation. I don't like to leave room for any wiggle room or talking points. I want to make sure when I have the Python squeeze on, there's no air in the lungs already. And the only way to do that is to use white corporations, white businesses, and white people's bank accounts as well as the practices of anti-black racism and the payouts that came from them in order to show the financial wealth that white people have gained from their behavior. If you say, things like black trauma and different things like that, yes, we all know that it's true. However, it's a lot easier to show the money when you can show the money. And we can easily show the money. I mean, look at all the money that we talked about just now being withheld from black people, able to be utilized by the white NFL team owners. Money that these white law firms have gotten, whether they're against or for the race norming practice. Anti-black racism is $1 billion business that is one of the inputs for white privilege, along with white supremacy. And if white people want to sit there and say that those things don't exist, my question is, what do you say about the line items on the balance sheet? I don't really care about how something makes somebody feel. Show me how this doesn't exist. If I want you to show me how it doesn't exist. Now, if I'm sitting here showing you this balance sheet with all of these dollar amounts on it, and you're sitting there showing me a Bible with no proof, why should I believe that your Christian Bible is real and you don't believe that racism is real when I'm showing you line items that can be traced back to your grandparents' checkbook? Let that one marinate. So now here it says, in regular neurological and neuropsychological care, experts emphasized a dementia diagnosis would never hinge purely on a few test scores. The NFL concussion settlement, however, doctors have to follow a rigid score of rubric that determines if a player is impaired enough for a dementia claim. Again, this is white people saying that black people are baseline impaired, which goes back to the white belief of black people are supposed to be slaves to white people. And there's some black people that believe this. A lot of the black conservatives, you know what I'm saying? People like Herschel Walker, Tim Scott, another one, Clarence Thomas. So, I mean, my question is how do you debunk any of this? The swing of a few points on a test can mean the difference between a denied claim and a multi-million-dollar payout. There is no one major difference between how doctors use race norms in routine medical practice and in the NFL settlement, according to experts and documents reviewed by the Post. So what I want you guys to understand is that when you go to a white psychologist, they're using race norming, and they just said that here in the Washington Post. You guys see that? There is no other major difference between how doctors use race norms in routine medical practice and in the NFL settlement, according to experts and documents reviewed by the Post. In their normal practice, neuropsychologists can choose not to apply any race norms if they believe the normative data for a test is inaccurate, is outdated, or doesn't apply to a particular patient. Now, what patients would these not apply to? It wouldn't apply to white patients because white patients make up the norm, allegedly, despite the fact that white's not a normal condition in this upside down world that we live in that's governed by white supremacy. White pseudoscience will tell you that people that are a mathematical abnormality are the norm. Because remember, normal is a math term. Remember that. Normal is short for normal distribution. Okay. So now when I say somebody is abnormal versus somebody being normal, white people have taken and weaponized that word into something disparaging. Normal is a mathematical term. Normal distribution. In statistics, a normal distribution is a type of continuous probability distribution for a real valued random variable. Like if you use melanin as a random variable, it's normal that most humans have melanin. It is abnormal that most humans do not. Mathematically normal. Not saying that that's some kind of abnormal issue about you not being a human or anything like that, despite the fact that the behavior associated with that condition is questionable. Normal just basically means what's statistical, what occurs the most. This is a normal occurrence. Breathing is a normal occurrence. When it comes to the planet Earth, water is a normal occurrence. When it comes to humanity, skin pigmentation is a normal occurrence. Absence of it is not. Is that racist? No. That is mathematically and statistically a fact. That is not pseudoscience like the bell curve in white science. That is actual science. You just saw the definition of normal distribution. Critical race theory is when it comes to critical race theory, the kind of critical race theory that white people complain about, all that is legal reviews and application of how the white supremacist world has impacted how black people are dealt with in the legal system. When it comes to the actual critical race theory for white supremacy is a critical race theory for white people that's critical for keeping their race in existence. So they're the ones that actually have the actual critical race theory. And the actual critical race theory is white supremacy, because white supremacy is an alleged theory that is utilized by white people with the justification of the preservation of the white race. We don't have a critical race theory because our race isn't going anywhere. White supremacy is critical for theirs. So they're the ones that actually practice the critical race theory. So pay very close attention to how the bastard language of English is utilized to misconstrue things and again further project. English is a bastard language, just like the bastard people that it came from. So now here it says a good clinical evaluation for dementia is not based on just some formula alone. Let's see where the scores come out. And just to go back to that, English is a bastard language, just like the bastard people that it came from. That's one of the reasons why the United States concentrates so much on the founding fathers and paternity and the paternal order, the patriarchy. I'm saying, because this nation is a bastard nation and it doesn't actually have fathers. Which is one of the reasons why in the white media, they always try to put the focus on how black fathers aren't existent, because this is a bastard country with a bastard language and a bastard history. So now here it says Catherine Poslin, associate professor of neurology at the University of California, San Francisco. If that's the way that race norms were applied here, then that would put black players at a systemic disadvantage. And remember, there's no such thing as systemic racism. Remember that. But now we're dealing with systemic racism right in a institution that's allegedly woke per white people. So somebody make that make sense. There it is right there. Somebody make that make sense. And just like anything else, it's not going to make sense. They're not going to make it make sense. They can't make it make sense. So now here it says the legal game. chronic traumatic encephalopathy, or CTE, was just beginning to become a household term when the lawsuits were filed in 2011. The NFL had failed to protect players from the harms of concussions, the lawsuits asserted, and concealed evidence about the long-term risks of the sport. So now again, fast forward that to now, and we're dealing with this guy from the Dolphins. But again, none of these things matter, right? The NFL is woke, 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 woke. It's anti-white, woke, 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 woke. And the real issue is that, it's just the real issue is that white people are losing their free speech. That's the real issue, and that we're all in this together against the elites. That's the real issue. Anytime you hear white people talking about the elites, that's deflection from accountability talk. Because we weren't having any of these conversations about the elites during slavery. And let's not forget that the reason why this country exists is because of the original elites, white victims of white supremacy. Those people were getting their asses handed to them back in the UK, which is why they came over here, was the first class of tethers, and messed up what was going on over here already. So there's that. And people don't like to talk about that. But now pay very close attention to how these tethers, these white tethers that are here now, aka American citizens, were just upset about, people having issues with the Queen's death and the nasty things that the people were saying about the Queens. Well, you idiots are over here because your ancestors fled from the Queen. But you have an issue with other people having an issue about her? Make that one make sense. Yeah, make that one make sense. And that's logic coming from the mind of the people who allegedly don't have an inherent cognitive issue. That's logic that's coming from the mind of people that allegedly don't have an inherent cognitive issue. Remember, we do, according to race norming. Yeah, I something I will never understand. A lot of Jamaicans, you know what I'm saying? They believe that they're part of the Commonwealth, which I find fascinating because there's none existent in their bank accounts. The only thing common about the Commonwealth is that it's common that the white people have all of it. That's the only thing common about the Commonwealth when it comes to that. Yeah, a lot of Africans were upset too. Oh, the Queen. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Embarrassing. Embarrassment. Crazy. The case became a multi-district litigation, or MDL, in which hundreds or thousands of similar lawsuits are combined into one case, which, in my opinion, this shouldn't be allowed. I don't think that class action lawsuits should be allowed. I think that the United States court system should have to file each and every single one of those cases. There should never be a break on the American justice system unless it's just completely breaking its back down the middle. The federal court system sent the case to U.S. District Court in Philadelphia to be overseen by Judge Anita Brody. When settlement talks began, two lawyers led negotiations, Karp for the NFL and Seeger for thousands of former players. For the NFL, Karp was a natural choice. He had successfully navigated several high-profile legal threats from corporate clients, including Smith Barney, a Wall Street firm accused in the 1990s by dozens of female former employees for fostering a culture of sexual harassment, and Citigroup, accused in the 2000s of helping energy firm Enron deceive investors. Now, shout out to Enron, because Enron is definitely a love child of the Bush administration. So again, when I keep telling you guys about the corporate connection to this nonsense, there's more of it right there. We're still dealing with energy company issues with Burisma in Ukraine and Hunter Biden. So, like, again, these are all the same playbooks. And all these people do is say, I'm not going to answer questions about that. Well, maybe they need to be forced to answer questions about that. Maybe they need to be forced to answer questions about this. I think these people have had a choice long enough. They haven't made the right choice with their choice. So now maybe it's time people are forced to talk about this kind of stuff under dire circumstances and dire situations. Make them not very comfortable. To represent the players, Seeger seemed a less obvious selection. While several attorneys had amassed hundreds of former NFL players as clients, Seeger represented only about 20. But what Seeger lacked in clients, he made up for in experience in MDLs. After several substantial victories in jury trials against pharmaceutical companies in the early 2000s, Seeger developed a specialty representing entire classes of plaintiffs in MDL. That caught the attention of Brody, who cited Seeger's experience when she appointed him to represent all of the former players in 2012. So now pay very close attention, because with this class action lawsuit, as you guys can see, the judge chose the representative. I don't want the judge choosing my representative. The only thing the judge needs to do is give me my money and keep worshiping Saturn with the black robe. That's the only thing the judge can do for me. Keep up worshiping Saturn and give me my damn money. Seeger technically served as co-lead counsel representing the players, along with Sol Weiss, a partner at Philadelphia personal injury firm Anapol Weiss. But at a legal conference in 2018, Karp said Seeger quickly asserted himself as the key plaintiff's counsel, quote, the lead counsel. Weiss declined in an interview, try Chris Seeger, he wrote in an email. The settlement took effect in January of 2017, and the NFL agreed to pay the amounts ranging from $25,000 to $5 million, depending largely on age and length of NFL career, to any player diagnosed with one of 5 conditions: ALS, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, dementia, and death with CTE. So again, we're still not even acknowledging this. Facts. I gotta agree with DJ Elmo. The judge is probably in the same private drink club with the NFL players. That's a fact. That's big facts. If you guys agree with that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree with that, give me a thumbs down. Seeger's outsized role in crafting the settlement quickly drew criticism. So now, one of the reasons why white attorneys distance themselves from this kind of thing is because it's never looked at as a positive thing if you're a white attorney and you're creating a payout for black people. As we saw at the beginning of this, one of the number one objectives is to maintain economic starvation for black people. So if you do anything that contributes to dealing with that, it's looked upon as negative and it's looked down upon. So that's one of the reasons why this particular attorney said, nah, I don't want to take this case, but I'll recommend it to this guy. And just to be clear, these white attorneys that take these cases, none of these people give a shit about black people. All they want is the victory, and they want the payout. They know that with a lot of risk comes a lot of return. So they don't give a shit either. That's why you'll be like, damn, I'm listening to what this person is saying. Isn't this the guy who was doing the representation for the black people? Yeah, because with them, it's just business. They understand it. They understand that it's just business. They don't care about you. They don't care about us. They don't care about anybody. And my thing is they don't need to. It is what it is. I don't give a shit if they do or don't. What people need to do is wake up and care about themselves. The expectation for other people to, quote, care about or do things for black people, in my opinion, is absurd, because that means that you're expecting other people to have some kind of ethical conscience. I don't have any expectation of other people to have ethical conscience. My expectation of other people is to conduct themselves like animals walking on two legs, which is what they've done throughout history. Survival is your responsibility and your responsibility only. And until people start to understand and realize that point, you're going to continue to see them walk around and around and around and around any kind of initiative that is supposed to be done. The only way that we're going to get initiatives done is if we do it with force, with organized force. And if I'm wrong about that, then show me what's been done successful. What have we successfully collectively bargained with white people? Everything is always white people making decisions about something going on with us on their terms. And if it looks like it does something for us, then it's deemed a benefit when it's not. Like a lot of people talking about the segregation issue. They decided about desegregation, and it's deemed a benefit. There's no benefit to any of that. You think living next to a white person just inherently gives some kind of benefit? How? What's the difference between me living next to a white person and me living next to a black person, other than the fact that the white person that I live next to can use white privilege to affect me negatively? So just because you deem it as something good, it is? See, when it comes to anything that black people say, a study is always required. But if white people say something, it's just deemed as correct. Well, segregation is just correct because everybody should want to live and integrate and live next door to white people and just interact with white people and do business with white. Whoa. No, integration is your conscience because you know that you've conducted yourself as an animal towards other people. So you want to try to erase the evidence. So we're going to act like we have some kind of humanity and be humane now. That's the only reason why they want to have integration and diversity and all of this nonsense. And still they want to control the narrative on that. They want to weaponize that. So now here it says in 2018, more than 20 lawyers and firms that collectively represented thousands of former players filed motions asking Brody to appoint another lawyer to serve as class action counsel along with Seeger. In court filings, the lawyers accused the NFL of rigging the claims. Look at this. The lawyers accused the NFL of rigging the claims process in its favor, and they accused Seeger of not advocating forcefully enough for the former players. Brody denied their motions. So remember, Brody has a reason why she wants to have Seeger locked into that position. Among the lawyer's criticisms, the settlement was failing to adequately compensate players dealing with dementia and CTE. So again, we have to ask the question, which players? Now, my thing is why was there never a comparative study done that compared white player payouts to black player payouts? Why was that not done? That's my question. What do you guys think? Why was that not done? I'm sure that there's a reason. I'm sure that there's a reason. So my question for everybody is, why was that not done? To cover players living with CTE, which cannot be conclusively diagnosed until death, experts working for the NFL and Seeger had created 2 dementia-related diagnoses: level 1.5 neurocognitive impairment, which is early dementia, and level 2 neurocognitive impairment, which is moderate dementia. To qualify, players needed to provide evidence, including cognitive test scores showing their brain function had declined. So now what the NFL again is saying is that post head injury, because you're black, you're stupid, your brain function did not decline. So what I need people to understand is how this again is white people using science and weaponizing it against black people, which is one of the reasons why black people need to dominate in the science fields. Working with experts, Karp and Seeger had noted a battery of 23 cognitive tests. State of the art, Seeger said of the test battery at a June 2017 meeting in Miami with former NFL players. It's the best of the best. At the meeting, Seeger introduced the man he had selected to act as a referee of sorts, Orrin Brown, whose Richmond-based law firm, Brown Greer, specializes in overseeing the payments of settlements in complex litigation. Orrin Brown and I have worked together on other cases. He is the best of the best also, Seeger said. Recently, the two had worked together on a $4.85 billion settlement with Merrick. Guys, remember Merrick? With its pain reliever Vioxx, suspected of causing strokes and heart attacks in thousands of patients. Merrick. Where do you guys know that name Merrick from? Who knows where that term Merrick came from? If you guys know where Merrick came from, give me the information in the comment section. If you guys don't, give me a thumbs down. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys have not smashed the like button, please make sure that you take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you haven't subscribed or shared the channel, please make sure you guys do. Merrick. Merrick is the manufacturer of ivermectin. Joe Rogan's favorite drug that he likes to take, alleging that it helped him out with his issues with C19. That's what Merrick is the manufacturer of. Merrick is also the manufacturer of diabetes drugs that they're now in trouble for. Working with review doctors selected by the NFL and Seeger, Brown explained his firm would review every claim and determine if it merited payout. The NFL, Seeger, and lawyers for individual players had the right to appeal special masters, essentially arbitrators appointed by Brody, who would rule on disputes over whether players were qualified. The night he was introduced to former players, Brown tried to dispel any concerns that his employees would favor the NFL, which paid the firm's bills. We work for the people who deserve to get the benefits of this program. We do not take orders from the NFL. You take orders from wherever the money's coming from is what you do. They just say this to sound like, to try to be on the other side of the ethics. When there is no ethics. There is no ethics system when it comes to dealing with these people. That's what people need to understand. That's where you get all of the double talk. That's why they can say one thing in one end and one thing in the other. And not having an ethics system is a part of their culture. That's another thing that people need to understand. We do not take orders from class counsel. This settlement agreement is our playbook. Yeah, no, it's not. White supremacy is your playbook, but whatever. Brown said he has picked up a hefty binder from a nearby chair. A rigid process for doctors. Nowhere in the 161-page settlement agreement Brown waved in the air that night does it state doctors must race norm. But there was another confidential document that contained more direct language, entitled Neuropsychologist Handbook, the Clinician's Interpretation Guide. And the 19-page document, reviewed by the Post, offered precise instructions to doctors about how to score the test players needed to take as a part of the settlement. The document was created in early 2017, according to a court filing, by experts retained by the NFL, Seeger, who is supposed to be advocating for the NFL players, and Epic, a legal services company involved in the settlement. So now what I want you guys to understand is I want you guys to understand how there were so many participants in this from the legal system. This is the alleged legal system that we're supposed to get justice from anytime one of these animals knocks us off. How does that work? Does that make any sense, guys? An Epic spokeswoman declined to comment. Oh, I'm not going to comment. How many times have we heard decline to comment after these people are shamed for their ridiculous, nonsensical, illogical, ethical standards? How many times do these cowards duck into the shadows and say that they're going to decline? Like, I'm not going to say anything. How many times just in this article have these clown-faced supremacists ducked into the shadows and said that they're not going to say anything? Two of the experts involved are identified in court filings. Scott Millis, a neuropsychologist and professor at Wayne State University Medical School, who was retained by the NFL. So now understand that this guy is teaching medical science at a school. That's how you pass down the traditions of racism and white supremacy. And John Keelip, a neuropsychologist and associate professor at Columbia University Medical School. Again, another person teaching at a university, retained by Seeger. Both declined interview requests. We're not going to talk about this. So now what I find fascinating is that when you hear white people complaining nowadays, they say that the colleges and all of that are woke. But how is the college woke when you have these Klansmen as your professors? Again, more questions that they can't answer because we're not going to answer. Because when you had an option to not answer, we're just not going to answer. I'm not going to answer this question. This is one of the reasons why they won't. I'm not going to comment on this. Again, how many times just in the last 5 minutes has one of these clown-faced supremacists said that they're not going to comment on something? When's the last time? When's the last time one of these penny-wise supremacists said that they're not going to comment on something? Does that make any sense? The guidebook informed doctors they could choose from one of two scoring systems to curve former players' cognitive test scores: ACS software, short for Advanced Clinical Solutions, or Revised Comprehensive Norms, also referred to as Heaton norms, because the system draws from data collected by Heaton, the UC San Diego researcher and defender of race norming. Okay? Which, again, all white people are the defenders of race norming because race norming leads to white privilege. So he's not the only one. We're not going to just let him get the credit. We're going to distribute credit to everyone. You know, they like to distribute all of our resources to everyone. We're going to distribute credit for their degeneracy to everyone. The ACS software allows doctors to curve scores without race norming, according to experts. The Heaton norms, however, do not, according to experts, including Heaton himself. That is correct, Heaton wrote in an email to the Post when asked if software based on his data required users to race norm. Of the 23 cognitive tests in the NFL concussion test battery, the ACS software works for 17. The 6 remaining tests, according to the guidebook, doctors must use the, quote, Heaton norms, which the Heaton norms are the ones that we know have the race norming within them. Okay? So now, again, my question is, where are the white people to say that this isn't true? Shout out to my man, Tony D. What up with it? That's my question. Where are the white people to say that this isn't true? In February, one neuropsychologist who has evaluated players wrote a memo attached to an appeal of a denied dementia claim reviewed by the Post that explained how the guidebook forced him to race norm. The doctor had diagnosed a 39-year-old black former NFL player with early dementia, but Brown Greer denied him the claim, citing test scores that were too high. Now, here's my question to everybody in the comment section. What does that mean? Test scores that were too high. That's the question, guys. What does that mean? In the memo, the doctor explained that if he had applied white norms, the player's test scores would have fallen into the approved range. Now, what I need everybody to do for me is to explain in the comment section so that I know that you guys understand what this means. Because remember, this doesn't exist. Remember, this doesn't happen. If you guys agree with AB Promotions, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. In his normal practice, the doctor explained, he used black norms for some tests, but never without consideration for the possible biases inherent in such norms. However, the NFL Concussion Settlement Clinician's Interpretation Guide dictates the use of such norms, the doctor wrote. So again, this is coming directly from the NFL policy. I agree, Ed. If you guys agree with Ed, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree with Ed, give me a thumbs down. So now, again, we have to continue to have the same drum beat on the same question and force these people to break. We have to continue to ask this question: if the NFL is woke, how are they getting away with doing this? Because operating like this is what white people see fit. This is correct to white people. Remember, white people believe that the normal situation, the status quo situation, is that anything that they say goes, and that all non-white people are subject to white racial abuse, whether it's through pseudoscience, whether it's through propaganda, whether it's through economic terrorism, or whether it's through physical brutality. That is their culture. So now my thing is by their own cultural norms, calling the NFL woke is incorrect. Because the NFL's baseline standard is that if you're black, you're an idiot. You're not welcome to a compensation for a concussion, because a concussion didn't do anything to you anyway, because you're black and stupid. So if you're operating under the Republican policy of you're black and stupid, how is the NFL woke? If you're operating under the cultural norm of anybody who's not white is an idiot, how is the NFL woke? Because there is no detaching this from white culture. We just showed in the beginning where this is absolutely a part of white culture. So my question is, if we're using white cultural norms in the NFL, how is it woke? Because racism is a white cultural norm. So I don't understand that. To demonstrate the system's rigidity, another doctor agreed to allow a reporter to observe him using the software based on Heaton's norms. When the doctor tried to move forward without selecting a race or ethnicity, the software stopped him. So again, why is it that the people who always ask why somebody is putting race into something are always putting race into things, including the software? Why is it that the people that are always asking about why race is in something are putting it in everything, including the software? Ethnicity must be specified, a message on the screen read. In his letter to the Post, Karp, the NFL's lawyer, asserted that doctors have discretion to apply white Heaton's norms to the scores of black former players if they feel those norms better represent the player's background. So they can look at this black person and say, you're an idiot. You grew up in the hood, or you might be better because you grew up around white people. So even still, the choice to apply these things is incorrect. But this is the superiority delusion that white people have about themselves. They actually believe that proximity to them gives some kind of inherent advantage. But they don't believe in white privilege though. Make it make sense. In court filings, experts involved with writing the guidebook supported this argument. Though Heaton's norms are divided by race initially, Caucasian norms may be used in certain circumstances for African Americans based on clinical judgment by a white clinician. So when is it that you should look at a black person as a white person, which is basically what this is saying? Well, it'll be a white person that decides on if we're going to look at this black person as a white person. Again, this twisted, psychotic thought process is coming from the brains of people who allegedly have normal brains. This is the brainchild. This is a product of an alleged normal brain. Normal by what standards? Beyond me, but an alleged normal brain. Nowhere in the guidebook does it state this. When asked if he was aware of any written guidance to doctors informing them of this discretion, Karp pointed out to an August 2020 ruling by two special masters who concluded race norming is not required in the settlement. That ruling, however, also noted the guidebook is unclear whether the clinician can exercise discretion in deciding whether to apply white or African American norms. What would make somebody apply white or African American norms? Does that make any sense? Shout out to everybody answering the Nightbot. Appreciate it, Ed. Carla answered it, I think. And I think Cameron actually answered it earlier too. So I definitely, if everybody could answer the Nightbot when it asks questions, that'd be great. Does that make any sense? Seriously, I want people to really sit down and relax and, you know what I'm saying, take a load off and actually think about this. This is the NFL that everybody puts everything on hold to watch. Remember in the last live stream, the one about Don Lemon, where we talked about how black people provide most of the funding to the cable companies? Look at this. You know what I'm saying? Look at that. So now, how much money do you think comes from black people to NFL? And again, this is how they treat you after draining you of your money. And Rihanna volunteering to sing at the next Super Bowl. In my opinion, I'm not going to go there. I'll talk about that some other time. But yeah, I agree with what you're saying, DJ Elmo. And there's something that needs to be done about that particular issue. But I'll talk about that in a future stream. But you're absolutely right. In that case, a doctor had applied the white norms to a black former player, and Brown Greer had approved the payout. The NFL challenged the diagnosis part in court records show over the doctor's failure to use the black norms. You guys see that? The NFL's failure to use the black norms. Beyond the guidebook, there's another reason some doctors thought applying Heaton's race-based norms to all black players was required. Documents show Brown Greer repeatedly denied dementia claims when they didn't. The Post reviewed 7 dementia claims between 2018 and 2020 in which doctors curved black players' scores using Heaton's white norms or tried to use other scoring systems not mentioned in the approved guidebooks. Families of the players involved agreed to share claim records with a reporter on the condition the players not be revealed. So one reason why a lot of these doctors were using the white standards is to try to get these people payouts. And as you guys can see, they did not get the payouts. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you guys show some love to my man, Ed Berry. Shout out to my man, Ed Berry, for the 1999 super sticker. Make sure you guys show some love. Definitely appreciate you, Ed. Ed is a consistent supporter of the channel. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to my man, Ed. Definitely appreciate that. So now here it says, in each case, Brown Greer overruled the dementia diagnosis and denied the claim for reasons including a failure to use the correct race norms. So like the neuropsychologists here were getting punished for not using these racist ideas. I want you guys to understand that. Like, that is wild. That is wild. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says Orrin Brown declined to answer questions about specific cases. In his statement, he did not dispute that his firm had repeatedly denied claims, in part for a failure to use Heaton's race-based norms. In the denial reviewed by the Post, the failure to use the correct race norms was never the firm's only dispute with the diagnosis. The first denial, from September of 2018, involved a former player diagnosed with early dementia. The player had a failing memory, needed help getting dressed, and required reminders to shower, brush his teeth, and use deodorant, according to documents filed as part of his claim. So what you have to understand is that based on this science, this is white people saying that this is the baseline cognition for black people. But they will sit there and deny this and say that they're not racist. This isn't part of our culture. We don't believe this about other people when they're the main perpetrators of it. Like, that's wild, man. Incorrect norms were used, and when the results are appropriately corrected using Heaton norms, there is no longer any impairment. Brown Greer denials stated. So that's how low the black norms are, is that this is normal behavior. So they had race normed this person for being black, or they had race normed this person as being white. And after they changed it and corrected it and race normed him to being black, they said, oh, this is just normal for black people. They're just dumb like that. What do you guys think about that? That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Incorrect norms were used when the results are appropriately corrected using Heaton norms. There is no longer any impairment. There's no longer any impairment. Like, are you serious? There's no longer any impairment. Nothing to see here. You know what I'm saying? Nothing to see here, folks. So here's the newspaper clippings. In another from later in 2018, Brown Greer denied the dementia claim of a player whose symptoms, according to the claim documents, including forgetting loved ones' names, frequently getting lost driving home, and occasionally losing control of his bladder and wetting himself. And again, in white people's eyes, in white people's minds, this is just normal behavior for black people. But remember, these are the same people that say that the NFL is woke. Inadequate norms when calculating scores, read Brown Greer's denial. There was a significant difference in T-scores when the correct Heaton norms were applied. As late as March, Seeger maintained in public statements that he was unaware of any racial bias in the settlement program. There's, black people just normally forget how to get home and piss themselves. That's just normal for black people. And because me, as an innocent white man, I don't know that because I'm not white or because I'm not black. So there's that. And I can't be racist because I just can't be racist. I mean, look at all these black people I'm helping getting paid. Remember, none of this exists. But his firm is copied on every denial by Brown Greer, reviewing them as the one of the firm's duties as class counsel. The firm is also tasked with reviewing every appeal filed by a lawyer for an individual player. In an appeal filed in May 2019, an attorney representing one former player made explosive claims about the potential impact of race norming. Heaton and other race-based norms are problematic as they make it harder for blacks to qualify for the settlement than whites. Attorney Justin Wyatt wrote in the appeal, which was reviewed by the Post, the use of Heaton's race-based norms is discriminatory on its face. By definition, Heaton's race-based norms have the effect of treating blacks differently than whites, which is what white people believe should be going on in the first place, especially if that difference of treatment favors white people. So now here it says, months later, Seeger filed a motion supporting that player's appeal that did not address Wyatt's broader allegations. The players ultimately received a payout, court records show, but Seeger took no further action to investigate whether race norming was systemically affecting claims, as he acknowledged. Brown Greer didn't deny every dementia claim in which a doctor chose not to apply black norms, but when it didn't, the NFL sometimes appealed. So again, it's the NFL that wants to uphold this thing. Facts. Desmond literally moving the goalpost. And facts, DJ Elmo. I'm surprised they didn't say the cause of the concussion is excited delirium. Right. That's facts. The dementia claim of Neha Davenport is one of the retirees who sued the league last year, was initially approved by Brown Greer according to the suit. But the NFL appealed, arguing that Brown Greer had mistakenly approved a claim despite problems with the diagnosis, including a failure to apply the correct race-based norms. So remember, what's important here is that all of this stuff is coming directly from the NFL. It's coming directly from the NFL. Okay. So I want to show you guys some other stuff. This article was published over a year ago, August 2nd of 2021. Okay. And as you guys can see, there's a pattern with that article. Okay. And I don't think that it's necessary to keep reading that article because of the pattern. It should be very evident what that pattern is. Okay. So that's why I stopped it. But what I want to show you guys now is how they're walking this back. Okay. Because what this proves is that based on the young man from the Dolphins being in the game, the NFL has not changed their concussion protocol. Okay. And they're never going to change it. And it's beyond the concussion protocol. This is white people's worldview.
When Tua Tagovailoa was hit by Bills linebacker Matt Milano on Sunday, he passed the joint NFL and NFLPA concussion protocols. And those decisions spurred a joint investigation into the process that allowed Tua to return to play. What can you tell us about that investigation and where it currently stands?
Well, Stefania, it's still a very active review, and it's important to note that these are reviews that we conduct normally several times each.
Now, real quick, ladies and gentlemen, just so you guys know, ESPN is kind of weird when it comes to the copyright stuff. So if you're watching this video on the replay and you get to this point, this section might not be in the finished video. Okay. So just so everybody's aware of that. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys haven't smashed the like button, please make sure that you guys smash the like button. Also, if you're not subscribed to the channel, please make sure that you take a moment and hit the bell icon twice. And also share because YouTube is not gonna, distribute the content anywhere.
Season. Anytime that there's questions or concerns raised about the concussion protocol and how it was applied, then the league and the union, our medical officials get together and we go back and review these situations. And that's really not unlike something that we do in clinical medicine. I'm a surgeon as well. And in the hospital, whenever we have outcomes that are different than maybe what was expected or see something that people raise concerns about, we go through and review.
So this dude, Tua, he's one of those me no black people. He's one of those me no black people.
View those cases. And you do that in the spirit of looking back and examining exactly what was done, how the decisions were made, and also looking for ways that can be improved upon. So we're in the midst of doing that together with the union. We've conducted interviews with a number of individuals. We always speak to the team doctors, the independent doctors, the player themselves. And as soon as we wrap that up, we stated that we will come forward publicly and let everyone know exactly what we found and what our insight was from that situation.
Now, Tagovailoa was checked each day for concussion symptoms leading up to Thursday's game in Cincinnati, and he was cleared to play. In that game, he took another hard hit and was ultimately diagnosed with a concussion.
So now let me ask you guys this question right here. Why was he cleared to play? Did you guys see how she said that? Like he was cleared to play. How did he slip through the cracks?
Now, Tagovailoa was checked each day for concussion symptoms leading up to Thursday's game in Cincinnati, and he was cleared to play. In that game, he took another hard hit and was ultimately diagnosed with a concussion. As a neurosurgeon, can you explain what Tua will need to demonstrate to prove that he's recovered from this latest injury?
Now, here's the question, and this is what I want everybody to keep the focus on. Why are they not talking about this in terms of their race norming standards that they utilize, that they created, that they set as the standard? Why is that not being done? We're going to talk away from race norming. Why?
Well, anytime anyone's diagnosed with a concussion, per our protocol, they have to go through a number of steps to be cleared to return to play. First of all, they have to return back to their baseline in terms of symptoms. They then go through.
Now, remember, according to race norming, according to NFL, per race norming, that's getting lost on your way home, pissing on yourself, forgetting the function of deodorant, and not being able to remember your family members. That's baseline cognition for Black people, according to white people.
Through a progression of activity to see if increasing activities provoke symptoms. They have to go through neuropsychological testing with a team neuropsychology consultant. That testing is compared back to the baseline testing that they've done. They also have to see an independent neuroconsultant, another provider who's expert in the treatment of diagnosis of brain and spine injuries. And then lastly, they have to be cleared by the team physician as well. Once they pass all of those steps with the symptoms, the activity, the neuropsych testing, the independent neuro doctor, and the team doctor, then they undergo contact or simulated contact to make sure they have no symptoms. And once they pass that step, then they can get back to full clearance. So as I mentioned, there are many different steps that each player goes through, and that's true for every.
So now what we're not going to talk about is we're not going to talk about how the Heaton norms probably inappropriately scored him too low as to where he can go back and play, because baseline white people don't think that Black people have cognition to operate with a normal human thought process. We're not going to talk about that. And now this guy is a neuropsychologist, and the NFL, as you guys could see in those old settlements, the NFL blames the neuropsychologist for utilizing the race norming. So if that's the case, then this guy should be talking about that, right? But as you guys can see right here, he's not. And also, it's not being brought up. And ESPN's not bringing it up either. And another thing that ESPN isn't bringing up is Brett Favre.
Concussion that's diagnosed in the league.
Back in 2017, there was a review of protocols after Texans quarterback Tom Savage re-entered a game following a concussive hit, and changes were made to the protocol, including an additional unaffiliated neurotrauma consultant monitoring video. Can you explain how these individuals, the unaffiliated neurotrauma consultants, are selected and their role in decision-making about player evaluation and return to play?
Sure. Well, ultimately, those specialists, again, have to be.
So now let me ask you guys something real quick. These consultants that they bring in, these neuro evaluating consultants, do you all think that these consultants here use race norming as far as in their criteria of assessing injuries and assessing ability to get back out on the field and play? If they do that and they use those as part of the criteria to make payments, do you guys think that they use those as part of the criteria to get a player back on the field? If you guys do, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't, give me a thumbs down. And I agree with Desmond. They had plenty to say about Michael Vick, who wasn't actually even involved in the dog fighting, but they don't have much to say about Brett Favre, whose signature is and his businesses fingerprints are all over those checks. So there's that.
Credentialed and trained in brain and spine trauma. And again, they are experts taken throughout the country in the communities where our clubs are located. They're selected and vetted by our head, neck, and spine committee, which is a committee of brain and spine trauma experts, again, who are practicing physicians and researchers around the country. Those individuals also have to be approved by the NFL Players Association's medical director and by me as chief medical officer of the NFL. After they're selected, they go through a very rigorous training process. Everyone is trained in person, and then there are continuing medical education trainings that occur moving forward. So again, a rigorous selection process based upon individuals' qualifications and vetted through our head, neck, and spine group, as well as through the Players Association and the NFL itself.
And then when it comes to the evaluation on the sideline and return to play decisions, what is their role there?
So the unaffiliated neurotrauma consultants on the sideline are co-located with the team physician. That means that together, the team doctor and the unaffiliated doctor will come together and will examine a player who's suspected of having a concussion. Sometimes that happens in the sideline blue tent, as you know. Other times it will happen back in the locker room. But anytime there's a concussion evaluation done, all of those evaluations are done by both of those physicians. After they finish the evaluation, which, by the way, again, includes review of the injury video, going through the assessment of the prescribed steps of the evaluation, those two doctors will confer with each other, and they will reach a decision about whether a concussion is present or not. And so the independent doctor is invested in every step of that process. The Booth unaffiliated neurotrauma consultant that you mentioned, they're located up with the spotters, and they can call down and describe what they're seeing on video, communicate with the sidelines, and make sure that everyone's aware of any signs that may occur there. So it's a collaborative process. And I'll add one other thing about that, Stefania. Sometimes people say, well, why isn't it just the team doctor? Why is it just the independent? Having both viewpoints, we think, helps us reach the best decision. And here's why. Sometimes the only symptom of a concussion will be a subtle change in personality of the athlete. They may have normal memory, normal recall. They can have normal balance, normal motor function, normal cranial nerves, but their personality is different. If you're an independent doctor who's never seen the player before, you wouldn't necessarily recognize that. But that's something that a team physician can recognize who has seen the player on a daily basis to say, he may be passing all these steps, but he just doesn't seem himself. On the other hand, the independent doctor can look at this very objectively. They've never seen the player before. They don't have any type of bias other than what they're seeing in real time. So we think having that objective.
So now he just said they don't have any other bias other than what they see in real time. And remember, part of the bias is built into the assessment. The bias is built right into the assessment. So now here they say unaffiliated neurotrauma consultant who evaluated this player is fired, sources say, with an investigation ongoing. But as we've already shown evidence for, these are the NFL's policies. So what they're firing the neuro consultant for is for evaluating the player based on the way the NFL tells them to evaluate the players. Affiliated neurotrauma consultant involved in clearing Miami Dolphins quarterback, whatever that guy's name is, during last Saturday's game against the Buffalo Bills has been fired. Multiple sources said the firing came after it was found that the consultant made, quote, several mistakes in his evaluation. Now, what mistakes are these several mistakes? Notice how they don't have a list and says these are the mistakes that the evaluator made. So what are the mistakes that the evaluator made? Now, what they won't tell you about the mistakes that the evaluator made is that the evaluator made his evaluation based on the protocol and the guides that the NFL has available to it to guide the process. Okay. However, the league and its players union issued a joint statement on Saturday that indicated review into this guy's quick return to Saturday's game is ongoing, while adding that they agree that modifications to the concussion protocol are needed to enhance player safety. So now this issue that we talked about earlier went down in 2017. It's currently 2022, and the NFL is still dealing with this concussion protocol issue, and there's no overarching ethical organization that's fining the NFL and the NFL team owners for sending these players back out there to get hurt again. While you have the white population of the United States just sitting there crying about people getting overpaid and how the NFL is so woke and that everybody should thank white people for the great, great, great paychecks. See how that works? So now here it says the NFL and the NFLPA agree that the NFLPA's Mackey White Health Safety Committee and the NFL Head and Neck Spine Committee have already begun conversation around the term, quote, gross motor instability. And we anticipate changes to the protocol being made in the coming days based on what has been learned thus far from the review of this progress, the joint statements read. So now let me ask you a question. If you get hit by a car, and it affects your cognition, there's no question about it. But if you get hit in an NFL contact, there's a question about it. Make it make sense. The NFL and NFLPA share a strong appreciation for the unaffiliated neurotrauma consultants who contribute their time and expertise to our game solely to advise player safety. This program has made our game safer for the athletes who play it for the past 12 seasons. That's arguable because we just literally read about all of the injured players that weren't getting their money. And as far as the safety goes, if it was safe, then they wouldn't be injured. So there's that. So now here it says the source earlier said that the NFL Players Association exercised its rights to dismiss the consultant. The NFLPA and the league each have the right to fire an unaffiliated neurotrauma consultant without agreement from the other party. So again, firing the neuro consultant doesn't say anything about the policies that the neuro consultant was following, which the policies I put most of the fault in. It's the NFL's fault ultimately. And the NFL has found more than one way to circumvent responsibility. Okay. Tagovailoa briefly left the game after hitting the back of his head on the ground and stumbling while trying to return to huddle. He was taken to the locker room and tested for a concussion, but returned to the game after passing his evaluation. And remember, that's because the evaluation requirements of being a black person is literally grunting. So you're good. Go back in the game and play. That's all you got to do. The Dolphins initially listed him as questionable to return with a head injury, but later stated that a back injury Tagovailoa suffered earlier in the game caused him to stumble, which again, he still had an injury. So now here it says NFLPA exercised its right to initiate a review of the league's concussion protocol in response to Tagovailoa's quick return to the game. A source told ESPN's Dan Graziano that the UNC was interviewed Friday as part of that investigation. So now I might come back to some of this a little bit later. You know what I'm saying? But we've already been live for about 4 hours. So my thing is that I just wanted to make sure that I got the point driven home that this is an ongoing issue, and it's an ongoing issue of the white attack on black cognition, which is one of the reasons why I attempt to advocate for people to get rid of a culture of stupidity and have a culture of intelligence, because that is the only way that we will ever be able to deal with a lot of these issues that we face. People who are conservatives, you know what I'm saying, bootlicks, coons, intellectually lazy black people, criminals, they're never going to help with anything, and they're all agents of this system that we deal with. You know what I'm saying? So now I might try to go back to this so that I can wrap this up, because there's more information that I actually want to talk about, but I might not get a chance because I got some other streams that I got to do. But I definitely encourage people to make sure that they pay attention to the injury and medical policies of all the NFL, the NBA, Major League Baseball, all of these organizations. And next time you hear a white person sit there and say, well, you get paid too much, you just ask that white person, well, do they plan on paying out the accident insurance if one of these players gets injured irreversibly? All right. So shout out to everybody that sponsored the stream today. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the green team. Shout out to my man DJ Elmo, Carla, everybody who was here. Cameron, my man. Shout out to Cameron, AJ, Ed Berry, everybody that was in the comment section. Shanti Black, definitely appreciate each of you guys. Everybody welcome Desmond Peebles to the green team. And I will catch you all on the next video. All right? Peace.